Here we go on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. Well, busy day today. As we know, the NBA draft is here. Now, in years past, dubbed the process years by many, draft day was like Christmas Day. You worked hard for 82 games to make this day the most relevant day of your season. No more for the Philadelphia 76ers. They own the 28th pick in the draft tonight, in a draft that is probably more about a guy they lost to get and what his future will be. Ben Simmons could be on the move. Are we seeing the end, the final days of the Ben Simmons era tonight? Various reports out there suggesting that the Sixers continue to shop Ben Simmons, that the Simmons team is on board with a move. There is a report today that suggested the Sixers hope to trade Ben Simmons tonight. The asking price remains the same. The relationship between Simmons and the team seems to be over, and it is a matter of if, not a matter of if, but when he will be moved. That's where we start today's show. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Listen, the Sixers are obviously looking to move Ben Simmons for the right deal. The Simmons side of things is, look, we are at peace with the fact if you want to move us. The question that I really have is, does Daryl Morey just move Ben Simmons to move him? Does Daryl Morey just move Ben Simmons to make the team different? Or does he hold out for a trade that makes them better? And look, I tweeted out earlier, and people are coming after me like a crazy bunch of people. I said, my prediction is this. The Sixers will trade Ben Simmons, and it will end up being a mistake. Why? Because I don't think they are going to make a trade that's going to make them better. I think they're going to make a trade that possibly makes them different. If they get Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal or someone of that ilk, then fine. I'm okay with that. But if you're giving me one of these other cockamamie packages out there that have just secondary players, I don't think you're better. I think you're just different. Have the Sixers come to terms with the fact that it's just time to move on from Ben Simmons? Have they come to terms with the fact that maybe he doesn't want to be here? Now, he hasn't said that, but do they feel that inside the building that, you know what, Ben just doesn't want to be here anymore? Maybe we should just find the best deal we can and do something. There are so many possible deals out there. There are so many teams that have interest in Ben Simmons. He is a third-team All-NBA performer. He is a first-team All-NBA defender. He's the runner-up as the Defensive Player of the Year. Sure, he has limitations. But this isn't about, I've mentioned this before, I explained this before, a trade for Ben Simmons for some of these teams is not about on the court. It's about off the court and generating excitement for their fan base, something that many of the teams interested just certainly don't have. The Indiana Pacers don't have a selling point to come see them play. The Cleveland Cavaliers don't have a selling point to come watch that team play. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they don't have a reason to go watch them play. Adding Ben Simmons is a reason to go see the Timberwolves, the Pacers, the Cavaliers, the Kings. As much as you might not like and appreciate what he does, people in this league do. People who work in this league think a lot differently than you do. I know you don't want to believe that. You know more than all of them. You know more of how to fix teams than everybody. We all do, right? But these teams are not making a trade to say Ben Simmons is this great player. He's going to make us a championship contender. What they're trying to do is do what the Sixers once did. Add excitement to their team, and that worked. It hasn't worked the way they had hoped on the floor, but the Sixers hit a grand slam home run when they added Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons and put them on the floor and sold out that building and sold more jerseys and tickets than any team in this league. And the other teams in this league are trying to figure out a way, how can I emulate them? How can I do what the Sixers did without losing? Because we don't want to lose. We don't want to go down that road, but I can't get a player that my fans are excited about. What do? Well, if I can trade for one, then I can do that. And now Ben Simmons is available. And because he's available, people are calling. And because people are calling, the Sixers are going to listen. And if they listen, they better find the one that makes them better, not just different. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the text board. You can always listen on the app and text us through the app. Tap on the app, hit the text us button function. And, of course, you can hit us up on the video chat as well. If you're watching the show live, leave us a comment in the comments section, and we will address those as well. 609-403-0973 is the text board. 609-403-0973. Over at 973 ESPN on Twitter. All right, we ask you a simple question. Are you ready for the Sixers to trade Ben Simmons? That's it. Are you ready for the Sixers to trade Ben Simmons? 86% of you said yes. 13.9% of you are saying no. So it seems that the consensus out there for the most part is, hey, we want to move on. And look, I have no problem moving on from Ben Simmons. Zero, zilch, nada. No problem at all. If you tell me we made a trade to make this team better. If you told me, hey, we made this trade. We got Dame Lillard for Ben Simmons. We got Bradley Beal for Ben Simmons. At that point, I would have to say, you got better. If you told me I'm trading him for Malcolm Brogdon or some of these other trades out there, I don't think you're better. I think you're just different. How am I different? Well, I can score, but I don't defend nearly as well. And quite frankly, Dame Lillard, look, as much as Dame Lillard is an elite scorer, he's a great scorer. He doesn't play a lot of defense. And quite frankly, the Portland Trailblazers have won bupkis with him. I think we just get enamored by scoring in this league. We just love scoring so much that we don't care about the other parts of the game. Dame Lillard's a great scorer. He has won as much as Ben Simmons. Zippo. He's a better player than Ben Simmons, isn't he? Well, then why can't his team get out of the first round half the time? Does he make players around him better? Not really. Does he defend? Not a lick. But we'll take him because he's just different from the guy we have who we're already tired of. Bradley Beal has been on one of the worst teams in basketball during his career. Bradley Beal's a great shooter. He's a great player. Why can't he make that team any better? Well, they're not very good around him. Okay. Does he defend? Not really. He can shoot. Does he make players around him better? Not particularly. Bradley Beal, let's be honest, he's not pumping up triple-double numbers anytime soon. He'll fire the ball up. He'll take shots. He's not afraid to shy away from the big shot. There's no question. But a team that had Ben Simmons playing at his worst, didn't he knock out Bradley Beal in the playoffs this year? Why did that happen? Bradley Beal's great. Why wasn't he good enough to beat a team with Ben Simmons who was not playing very well? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Text board open. Mike, how many championships has that Grand Slam brought them? 0 from Dave. Dave, you obviously didn't listen, but that's normal. I have explained this many times. This was a business decision. It wasn't about winning championships. You're a fan. You want them to win championships. They're a business. They want to make money. If you listen, and I know you listen a lot, and I know you text a lot, listen to what I'm saying. The process wasn't about winning championships on the floor. It was a business decision to make money. They have made more money than almost any team in this league. The value of this team has quadrupled. I know it's hard for fans to accept that a team is going to make a decision based on a business. The Sixers are a business. They made a business decision, and the business decision worked. You care about this team more than any time in your life. You never cared about the Sixers until they did this. As soon as they did this, whether you liked it or not, you decided, I don't like this. And now you watch. You didn't watch before when they had Andre Iguodala and Spencer Hawes and Drew Holiday and Thad Young. You didn't care at all. The business decision was, let's get people re-excited about this team. They branded it and they sucked you in, and you hate it. You hate the fact that it brought you in. You hate the fact that you like this team now. It frustrates you, but you care. And that's what the process was about. It was about getting the fan base reinvigorated and re-excited about a team that they just didn't care about. And now another team is trying to do the same thing. They have to find a way to get interest in. You text in, how many championships has it bought them? 0. This wasn't about championships. I actually said it. It hasn't worked on the floor, but off the court, it has been a grand slam home run. They sell out every single game. They are among the top jersey selling teams in the league. They are on national television almost half of their games. Everywhere you look, it's Sixers, Sixers, Sixers. Never was like that before. You know when that started? 2017, the day Joel Embiid stepped on that court for the first time and had his first game as a Sixer, and you said, this guy's different. At that point, the business decision the Sixers made worked. They paired him up with Ben Simmons. And yeah, Simmons has his flaws, but when you watch him in the open court, and when you watch him make passes, and when you watch him do all the things that he does really well, it brought the fan base out. And it made the fan base say, I am interested in this team. I am involved in this team. I am in on this. Now, 6 years later, the fruits of the labor have not presented what the fans want, a championship. But the fact that you're frustrated and care enough shows you the end result worked. They want you to be sad. They want you to be mad. They want you to be passionate. They want you to be frustrated. Because when the Sixers got knocked out when they were the 8 seed, you didn't care because you expected it. You expected the Sixers to get knocked out. You expected the Sixers to go 1 and out. And quite frankly, most times, if they made the playoffs, you didn't care then either. Now you do. Now it bothers you enough, Dave, to send a text message in, because when something moves you enough to engage, that's when you lose and they win. When you don't like me and you text me or you tweet at me, I win. Because I have frustrated you enough. That's me doing my job. You're the worst. I hate you. You don't know what you're talking about. You're always wrong. If I've moved you enough to tweet or text me, I have won. If the Sixers move you enough to be angry when they lose, the process worked for them. I know it makes you mad. You feel like, I'm going to tell that guy he stinks. I'm going to tell that team they're not good. They did and accomplished what they set out to do. It's my job to make you mad, and it's the Sixers' job to make you passionate about their product. And it's worked. It's worked for them. Apparently, it's worked for me. I've been here for 15 years. Thank you for everybody out there. I appreciate you. The Sixers are doing the same thing right now. You might not like their process. You wanted it to win championships. All they wanted it to do is make you love them again. That's it. The Sixers had to tell you it was about championships. They can't come out and say, hey, we are doing this as a business decision. Please consume our product again. They can't say that. They can't say that at all. What they can say is, hey, we are going to lose on purpose to try to get a player that will make you guys excited about us again. And that player is going to be the guy who leads us to win multiple championships. And then the fan base will say, oh, yeah, multiple yeah, I'm on board. And even if you hate it, see, the Sixers knew if you loved us before, if you were one of the people that loved us before, you're not going anywhere. You might not like what we did, but you're not going anywhere. You might bitch and moan about it, get off my lawn, but you're not going to leave us. You'll always be there. This was about adding a new fan. This was about finding a new passionate fan base. Grand slam home run. Out of the park, take your bases. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Tony Skins is watching the show on YouTube. He says, casual fans that go to games go to see guys score, which Ben does not do. How does he make them sell tickets in Minnesota? They're still going to stink with a guy who passes like Rubio doesn't shoot. Well, look, you might be right. 15, 20, 30 games down the road, they might get frustrated. But the excitement, look at Indianapolis right now. How excited are they about having Carson Wentz? Right? You have Carson Wentz. You don't know that we were frustrated with him here. You're just saying, we got Carson Wentz. This guy was the MVP of the league. And I think teams are going to trade for Ben Simmons with the hope that they are the team. Why does Ryan Leaf always get jobs? Why does Johnny Manziel keep getting opportunities? Heck, Tim Tebow bounced around from team to team to team. Everybody feels that they're the guy who can change that guy. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. All you need to do is search 973 ESPN on those platforms, and you can watch the show. You can leave your comments in the comments section. The underlining factor is this. Teams are going to want Ben Simmons. Something could happen tonight. It's really the biggest story around, right? It's really the biggest story surrounding this draft. A draft which, by the way, is supposedly very good. Some people say this might be the best draft class since the 03 LeBron draft. You wouldn't know it because the Sixers are sitting at number 28. But the storyline that is hovering over this particular draft tonight is what will happen with number 25. What will the Sixers do? What will the Sixers get for number 25? And will they make that move tonight? Or will Daryl Morey say, listen, I've got to hold on. I got to wait to see if Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal, neither of which have said they want to be traded yet. Neither one of those guys have said they want to be traded. The Sixers either have to say, we'll take the best deal we get tonight, or we'll hold on. We will hold on and hope that Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal. Because right now, which players in this league, right? Somebody posted this over on the video. I think it was Jason Downey who said, not sure if you said or not, but who is someone that tickles your fancy to add to the Sixers in possible Ben trades? He goes on to say, meaning if you could have one guy, who would it be? Yeah, Dame Lillard tickles my fancy. I would like to see Dame Lillard and Joel Embiid play together. Now, I preface that by saying Dame Lillard has one skedazzle, nothing. You know, Dave texts in because he thinks he's got something on us. No, you trade for Dame Lillard. He hasn't won anything either. How many championships has Dame Lillard brought them? 0. Capital letters, Z-E-R-O, 0. Dame Lillard has won 0. Bradley Beal has won less. You know, Dame's got out of the first round. Beal hasn't even accomplished that. And quite frankly, Beal just played against Ben Simmons in a series that Ben Simmons stunk in, and Beal still couldn't get the job done. Well, the Sixers are better than Washington. Hey, basketball, it's about having the best player. Beal had Westbrook and himself. He had a former league MVP and a 30-point-a-game scorer. He couldn't beat Ben Simmons? Right? Does that seem odd? We were ready to take guys who couldn't beat Ben Simmons. Odd how that works, isn't it? Well, Ben Simmons. No, Ben Simmons is on the Sixers. He didn't play well. And the two players that we are willing to give up on Ben Simmons for couldn't beat Ben Simmons in the playoff series. Sometimes be careful what you wish for. That's all. Keith Smith talks a little NBA with us in the next hour. Kevin McCormick, our Sixers contributor for 97.3 ESPN.com tonight at 5. He'll give us some thoughts on pick 28, give us some thoughts on the draft, give us some thoughts on where Ben Simmons ends up. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Kaplan, football at 4. The Eagles back at the NovaCare. I got news and notes on the Birds. I want to hear from you. 609-403-0973 on the text board. Open the app. Text us through the app. And, of course, watch the show on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Just search 973 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. It's back to school season. Can you believe that? At JCPenney, stock up on store-wide doorbusters while they last. You can score first-class deals before they're gone. Weekdays are back in style at JCPenney. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Phillies lose game one of the doubleheader today against the Washington Nationals. Not a very good baseball team. Trade deadline about 24 hours from right now. 4 o'clock tomorrow. Phillies lose today. They give up 2 runs in the top of the 7th, and the way they do that is from awful defense. How did they lose this game? The same way they lose them all. Awful defense. Wheeler pitching, went all 7, gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, 5 strikeouts. Pitched a pretty good game today, only to have a miscue defensively. It didn't really cost them. I mean, it put a runner on second base, and then Gomes hit a home run afterwards to make it 3-1. But the Phillies offense shut down by Max Scherzer. And, by the way, could be Scherzer's final game in a Nationals uniform. He went 6, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks. Both pitchers pitched really well. Remember, it's a 7-inning game for the double dip. They play again today. They'll start that game in about 20 minutes. The Phillies lineup is out for the game today. They are 50-51. They move on to the trade deadline now tomorrow after this game today. And quite frankly, look, they're in a tough spot. We've talked a lot about the fact that what do they do? What do they do? Do they try to buy help? Do they try to get someone to help this team? And the answer to that is they have to. They don't have another option here. I know everybody keeps telling me, no, they got to sell. What are they selling? They can't sell. You know it, I know it. But they're 4.5 back now. They lose a game today. Now they've got to go to game 2 of a doubleheader today, and Christopher Sanchez is going to get the start in the second game today. They're going to pitch Christopher Sanchez. Now, he might go out there and dazzle, but you have to pitch Chris Sanchez in this game today. They called him up as the 27th man from Lehigh Valley because of the doubleheader. You get an extra pitcher or an extra player on your roster. They're going to throw him in this game today. And you would say, don't they have anybody else? No, they don't. You want Vince Velasquez to pitch today? Because I certainly don't. So this is from the game that was postponed yesterday. They played today. The Phillies lose that one 3-1, and now they're going to play the second game at 2:50 today, and they have to throw Christopher Sanchez. So by the end of the game today, now the Braves are beating the Mets 5-3 in the 7th. So you better hope the the Braves, hold on and win that game, right? Because if they do and you win, you can get yourselves back to where the day started. But if you lose today, another game, you could be 5 back. And all of a sudden, 5 back at the deadline, you're starting to say, my gosh, do we have enough time? People are making trades all over baseball right now, except for one team, the Phillies. Everybody is seemingly doing something. The Chicago White Sox are 8.5 games up. They went out and got a deal for a second baseman today. Cesar Hernandez, actually. The Yankees last night, they're 8.5 out. The Yankees aren't in this thing. They went out and got Joey Gallo. Like, okay, great. What are you wasting your time for, Yankees? The Yankees are 8.5 games out of first place. Now, in the wild card race, just think about this. The New York Yankees, they're 2.5 out of the wild card. The New York Yankees, with a $200+ million payroll, are chasing the dregs of society in terms of payroll, and the Tampa Bay Rays, the Oakland Athletics, and the Seattle Mariners. Like, this is what the Yankees have become. Let me give up 5 players to get a guy who hits 220 and has struck out, on pace to strike out about 300 times. I think it's about 220. Joey Gallo, who, look, he doesn't stink. But this is what the Yankees have become. It's pretty sad when you think about it. But teams all over baseball, the Yankees decided we're in this thing. We're going to give up 5 players to go get a 220 hitter. Gallo's hitting 220, and he struck out over 100 times already in 100 games. He strikes out once a night. Now, he's left-handed, playing in that ballpark, probably a pretty good fit for them. But for the most part, these teams are making their decisions. The Phillies are still sitting on their hands. They're deciding, are we in this, are we not? Because there's 2 things that could happen here. The Phillies either make a trade to try to get some help, or they just finish this season out. They're not sellers. They just finish this season out with what's on their roster, and they just kind of get through it. Segura, Didi, McCutchen, center field situation. They're not trading these guys because they don't have replacements. There's not someone who's going to come in and play second base. There's not someone who's going to go play left field. There's not someone who's going to play center field. So they're just either going to make a trade to add, or they're going to keep with what they have. They're not trading Gene Segura. They're not trading Didi Gregorius. They're not trading. Quite frankly, nobody wants these guys. So they're your options, I think, for tomorrow at the deadline. I know Josh is like besides himself. He wants the Phillies to do something. What are they really going to do? I mean, I'd like you to state your case on what you'd like to see this team do. I mean, reality sets in here. They have nobody anybody wants. There's 2 options they have, Josh. I'll give you an opportunity to try to sell me here because they have 2 options, in my opinion. They can buy and add a piece. John Gray. Does that really excite you? The guy they tried to get the other day, Tyler Anderson. I mean, yeah, they could go out and get Craig Kimbrell, but they're starting pitching so bad now that I don't even know that helps them. And their options are they either buy a bit piece like that or a high-level closer, or they just hold on to what they have and let the sand run through the hourglass.
The problem is that when teams are out there acquiring guys like Andrew Chafin from the Cubs for pennies on the dollar, you could have had that.
Yep.
All right. Tyler Anderson, you know what deal didn't go through? Because of a medical miscommunication. You're telling me you couldn't have gotten right back on the phone and said, who else you want? Here's a list of all the guys. Here's 5 guys. Pick one. That's what the Yankees did with the Rangers, by the way. The Rangers like, we don't like that one prospect. The Yankees are like, fine. Who do you want? Here's the list.
Yep.
Phillies didn't do that. So you're telling me that every other team in baseball can make moves, but you can't. Something doesn't smell right to me.
I understand that part of it. They could have made these moves. The fact that they haven't, I think, kind of tells you where they are.
I think it's a bad sign.
I think it's the sign of, unless we have the perfect move here, there's nothing for us to do.
You just said the Yankees are 8 out.
Well, they're 2.5 out of the wild card.
Wow, the wild card, but they're 8 out of the division.
They're 8.5 out of the wild.
The Mariners are
out of the division.
The Mariners are 5.5 out of the wild card?
No, they're 2. The Mariners are 2 back of the wild card.
2 out of the wild card. Okay. Yeah. So the Mariners are making trades.
They're 6 out of the West.
The Blue Jays are making trades.
Well, the Mariners didn't make it. They made a trade to help the Astros.
Right, but the guy they got back in return helps them. And then they got Tyler
Anderson. The guys in the clubhouse weren't too happy about it.
They were ticked.
Right. I mean, you're giving away Graveman, who just beat the Astros the day before. Now you're giving them to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mariners thing's a weird situation. I didn't know this. Did you know the Mariners have the longest drought in professional sports of not making the postseason?
Yeah, it's so weird, right? And the last time they did was when they had the 118-game season.
2001 was the last time the Mariners have made the playoffs. It's the longest drought from any sports team in any league.
Which is so bizarre.
Yeah, like to say that the Baltimore Orioles or the Kansas City Royals won the damn World Series recently.
Right, 6 years ago, whatever.
Right, but, like some of the teams, like the Pittsburgh Pirates, like everybody has made the playoffs before they have. The Mariners have not. Now, the Phillies have not made it in 10 years. Like the guys that you mentioned, you're right. Yeah, here's the problem. I don't think the Phillies have very many attractive pieces to give up.
Maybe not, but at the same time, if other teams can make deals, you should be able to find a way to make a deal. You're in this division race. If you don't have those 2 embarrassing losses to the Yankees, and if you found a way to win some of these games after going 10-4 to start the month, you could theoretically be tied for the division lead.
Well, I think it just all of a sudden, like he said the other day, about 10 days ago, we're not sellers. We're not selling. And he said, unless something like crazy happens. Well, the problem is nothing crazy happened. They didn't get crazy good. They didn't get crazy bad, but they're still sitting in the same spot, which means he has two options, in my opinion. He either buys, and I don't think that this trade market has a piece to buy that flips the dynamic for this team, or he just sticks with what he has. And just says, let the sand run through the hourglass. Let's get to the end of this season, and then I can start picking this team apart.
Yeah, but the problem is if you stick with what you have, you still have Vinny Velasquez and all these guys running out there. And
but you're going to bring John Gray in here, and all of a sudden you're going to turn into a playoff contender?
Well, here's the thing. Tyler Anderson is going 5 innings at minimum every start this year.
Oh, they're better. I'm not saying they're not better than what you have. My question is, are they good enough that you're going to make up the ground that you're down with 50, 60 games left to go?
You might if you got a couple better starts. I mean, Matt Moore has given up 6 earned runs in 2 straight starts.
Oh, he's terrible.
If you cut that in half.
Well, I think the Eflin trade, the Eflin injury really hurt them.
Right, which should have made them even more aggressive.
Oh, I'm not doubting that they've missed their window a little bit here. But even in missing their window, they're hovering around this 4.5, 3.5, 5.5, deficit. So them not making the deal. Now, they tried to trade Tyler Anderson. That should tell you what they're looking for. Now, that trade gets negated.
Right.
So now is he setting his sights on something bigger?
Well, there were rumors that they're
in on everybody.
In on everybody, right. So if you're in on everybody and you walk away with nobody, what does that say?
I don't know what it says. I mean, do I think Dave Dombrowski's inept at his job? I mean, the guy's built World Series rosters.
I just don't like the passiveness of it. It's just too – it's like they're almost waiting – it's almost like the Phillies are watching the Sixers and being like, well, if they're waiting around for a trade for Ben Simmons, we could wait around a perfect deal too. Like, no. Chuck Fletcher made 4 trades in 7 days. The dude has made more transactions than the Phillies and Sixers combined the last few months. What is Dombrowski waiting for? The perfect opportunity, the perfect deal?
Feels like it. I mean, I don't think these bit pieces are doing anything for him. I mean, so yeah, he can make the deal for John Gray or Tyler Anderson, and it might help this team stick around. I don't think it's going to all of a sudden make this team win 6 out of 8, 8 out of 12. You know what I mean?
You lose one less game a week.
Maybe, yeah, absolutely. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess, by 4 o'clock tomorrow. Will they have somebody different? I don't know. That by this time tomorrow, they could have John Gray. They could go out and get Cole Hamels. They can go get Craig Kimbrell. They can go get Rodriguez from the Pirates. I mean, and then would you say, well, maybe he did have a plan?
Then I would say he had a plan. We'll see if it's a good plan, but let me ask you this real quick. So Jason Stark earlier this week on MLB Network made a comment, and he said that the Phillies ownership trusts Dombrowski completely, and whatever he tells them, they're going to sign off on. How do you feel about that?
I will tell you when I return. I'll have to think about it. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. Matt Blatt, they want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, I will answer that question. Don't forget the question because I will. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. At Mike Gill Show on Twitter. On the text board, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Give me one guy you want to see the Phillies target that will change this season for them. Because I don't know if that guy exists. And the Ben Simmons stuff will continue. Adam Kaplan later, Keith Smith as well. The NBA draft tonight. All right, 2:44. So, Josh, you asked me a question before the break for me to ponder. Let's re-bring that question back up so I can, or so the listeners can rehear it for the people who did not hear it or just tuning in.
So Jason Stark, who you've had on the show multiple times, was on MLB Network. And he said that the Phillies ownership trusts Dave Dombrowski completely. And whatever he says they should do, they will listen to him. How do you feel about that as this team moves forward?
I got to like it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if your ownership is going to meddle and not let the guy who you hired do their job, then you have a problem. Like if you hire Dave Dombrowski to make moves, entrepreneur trades, and then you are also the person that says, no, we're not going to let you do that, then what you hire the guy for?
Right.
So I don't have a problem with that. Nobody should. Like you shouldn't want your ownership group to step in and say, I don't like that move. Now, if you say, I like that move, but I'm not paying for that move, that's different.
Well, part of the reason why
I get that told to me here a lot. Hey, I like that idea, but I'm not paying for it.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason why Stark brought it up was because they were asking him, would the Phillies go into luxury tax anytime soon? And it seems to be more and more that this organization is being told by Dombrowski, jump, they're going to ask how high, which makes me wonder, so are they not making deals because Dombrowski himself is telling them, Mike, hey, this deal is not going to make us that much better. It's not worth our time to make some of these deals.
Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff, if the ownership group says, look, we're not going to add payroll, we just don't believe in this team. But I don't see that happening. I think what you're saying is they feel like if Dombrowski goes to them, they trust that the move that he makes is not going to be a move just to make a move. Right. It's going to be a move that makes sense. So they have to have trust in him in that. Otherwise, why hire him?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of times we've heard of situations where people got hired and the ownership still meddles with the guy they hired. So to me, it's a I don't see sign that they actually are saying, all right, we brought the quote unquote baseball guy in, let the baseball guy do his job.
Yeah, I don't feel that the Phillies ownership group is a meddling, like you can't do this kind of thing. Like, do we feel that the reason that Matt Klentak failed is because ownership got in his way?
We don't know. I don't know how much they really did.
I don't think so. We've never heard anything remotely close to, hey, John Middleton wouldn't let Matt Klentak, see his vision out. Like he had 5 years to do something. He didn't do it.
But I do remember it was the whole thing when Middleton flew out to meet with Harper, court him, all that stuff. Like you needed the owner to do that. Like that seemed a little odd, didn't it?
Not necessarily because of a player of that magnitude. Like you're not getting LeBron James because Sam Hinkie makes a pitch. You're getting LeBron James to play for you because the ownership group shows him the commitment to him. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting like Pat Riley is kind of like the GM in.
He's the GM.
Right.
He's the head of basketball operations.
Correct. So
he's the Dave Dombrowski of the Heat.
Right. So the ownership group of the Miami Heat,
Mickey Harrison,
trusts and knows that Pat Riley has enough oomph to get that deal done. I think John Middleton realized his GM didn't have the ability, the magnitude, the cachet to bring in Bryce Harper. Like if we're going to get Bryce Harper, I'm going to have to be a part of this. It's not going to be because my GM got that deal done.
Gotcha.
That's the difference of having the high-profile, big-name GM and having a guy that, look, quite frankly, wasn't qualified, I don't think, for the job. He got the opportunity, and he didn't prove 2, 3, 4 years into that job that he was making moves that was changing the complexion of the team. The team was stagnant. Like when who's the boy wonder Red Sox, and then he went to
Theo Epstein.
Theo Epstein. He was a young, unproven guy, but he built the team into a winner right away to the point where he is one of those guys that, hey, Cubs ownership doesn't need to get involved because they have Theo Epstein as, well, not anymore, but they did, as the face of the franchise. There are different levels of guys. Just because Matt Klentak wasn't one of those guys right off the bat doesn't mean he couldn't have become one of those guys sooner than later. He just never became one of those guys.
Right. He never became one of those guys, and that was part of the problem. And there's a part of me that wonders sometimes when it comes to team owners in general, Like, how do some of these conversations go? And how are they responding to these conversations? Like, look at the Sixers. They're on, their 5th GM in the last 8 years or whatever it is? Like, how do those conversations go if you're the owner of the Sixers? Like, are you looking around and be like,
well, there was a lot of weird circumstances there. You're making it as if, like, they just gave up on X, Y, and Z. The Hinkie thing, the league stepped in.
Well, yeah, the league interfered.
It wasn't like the Sixers tried to fire him. The league stepped in and said, you better do something.
Right, and then Hinkie resigned.
Right. They hired Colangelo, and he had a burner account.
Right.
He wasn't getting fired. He got a burner account. They had to fire him.
Right.
Then they brought in...
Well, first there was the triumvirate of whoever was really in charge.
They didn't hire anybody. They just let Brett Brown kind of run the draft for that 1 year.
Right. Then they brought in Elton Brand.
And Elton Brand. And Elton Brand technically is still the GM of the team, but Daryl Morey's making the decision. So, I mean, they didn't really just give up on these guys. So I don't think that's a great example. I mean, the Hinkie thing, I don't think they would have fired Hinkie. I think they basically were told you need to get rid of him. They weren't even told you needed to get rid of Hinkie. They were told you need to do something different. Like, you need to have someone in there that is not basically challenging the integrity of our league.
Well, my ultimate point is, if you're an owner of a team, I know every owner is different, but I just always wonder sometimes, how do some of these conversations go between the front office and the ownership? Like, how many times is the ownership
always
fully bought into the guy they hired? Or how many times is the ownership, wanting to meddle? And how many times is the ownership just doesn't care?
That's a fair question. I think every team has a different plan, mentality. They're all run differently. Some are there just to be a business. Some are there to win. Some are there to kind of toe the line and try to do it both as much as they can. Some are, hey, this year I want to go for it. I'll spend more money this year because we sold a ton of jerseys last year. We made so much extra money because we made 2 rounds of the playoffs. You know what I mean? So I think each year it's always kind of viewed differently based on how the owner did. What does he have budgetary that he's willing to spend? Not everybody wants to go over the luxury tax
or the
salary cap, right? Where are the Phillies in on that? Well, we heard before in the offseason, they don't want to spend any money. Then all of a sudden they spent JT Realmuto, and they went out and brought back Didi Gregorius. And now it says, they're not worried about the threshold and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. What did John Middleton wake up one day and say, hey, you know what? Let's go for this thing. Who knows? Who knows what those type of guys think?
It's also interesting that the city of Philadelphia has 4 teams with very different types of owners too. Is it not? Like, they're where they're coming from, how they approach the organization. It's all practically different.
I mean, the Sixers ownership group is a tough cookie because they're an investment type of situation.
Right.
That's what the Apollo whole Harris Blitzer thing has been, is kind of been buying things and then building the value of them and then spinning them off, selling them.
Right. Or selling aspects of them to get more value out of it.
Right. The Phillies have always been kind of the hometown, local ownership. The Flyers, we have no idea who owns that team and what's going on. We know who owns it. We just don't know who's running it. They're like a faceless organization all of a sudden after having a face for their entire existence. And then, of course, the Eagles have had steady as a rock ownership since the early 2000, the late 90s. So, yeah, they all have a little bit of a different, but each league is different. You have salary cap leagues, you have non-salary cap leagues, you have hard caps, you have no caps. You've got all sorts of different ways that these teams can be built and are built. So it is difficult to kind of compare each one. I don't think the 4 owners get in a room together and be like, hey, let's all try to, have a competition on who can spend the most money out of this group. You can't.
No, but I just think it's interesting when you look at the state of the city sports-wise, you have to factor in the reality that, each team is being managed differently.
Yeah. By the way, Dame Lillard is getting into a little bit of a back-and-forth spat right now with Henry Abbott from True Hoop, right?
No.
It's getting kind of interesting. So Abbott tweets, who names their site True Hoop? My whole career is about truth. Of course, I have never published a made-up story and never will. If you think someone is lying about this Dame Lillard situation, look elsewhere. To which Lillard quote tweeted back. Now ask yourself that same question about me. I've been transparent for a decade. I've never denied where I stood following the season. Don't loop me in because of the state of the game right now. What you are reporting is simply not the facts, bro. I'm the ultimate source. So true hoop apparently is not so true.
Well, it's funny because, the Lakers, you see the statement they came out with last night? A member of the Lakers organization said, don't believe almost any of the rumors because media people are trying to get clicks, basically.
Right. Henry Abbott then tweeted back to Dame, says, for sure, appreciate that, and you, but realize I work in a profession where my reputation is as important as my livelihood as health is to an NBA player. Please be very careful about calling me a liar. I take my job very seriously, and do not lie. Oh, man. All right.
What a mess.
NBA draft tonight. Keith Smith in 25 minutes. Stick around. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And a base-clearing triple aided by an error in center field has given the Nationals a 3-0 lead here in the first. Bases loaded, nobody out. Christopher Sanchez can't get it done. And a triple laced into center field gap. The right center field gap. And that's going to be it for Sanchez in the first. Can't get out of the first inning today. Phillies are going to make a pitching change. Horrible. 3-0. Nationals on the Phils. Connor Brogdon is coming into the game. Ball hit the center. Luke Williams goes. Now this is where Sanchez just gets smoked, and the damn umpire's there checking his hat. Do you believe that the umpire checked my pitcher's hat at the regionals? A 13-year-old kid. The other manager said, can you check his hat and his stuff? I said, what is going on over there? He said, the guy asked. Are you kidding me? 13-year-old kid. He asked to see if he had anything on his hat. He wanted to check his pants. He wanted to check his glove. It was ridiculous. Guy should have been ashamed of himself. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Don't forget, watch the show live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. You can download the free mobile app through the Apple Store or Google Play. You can text us through the app. You can get us on a multitude of platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, the free mobile app, text board 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Probably not a worst-case scenario for the Phillies right now. Chris Sanchez, last 5 batters, he allowed 3 runs. There's a runner on third base. They've got to go to their bullpen. Now, remind you that they did not use their bullpen at all in the first game because Wheeler went the full game. They did not win that game, but Wheeler at least gave them 7 strong innings in the game. So I guess the bullpen isn't as taxed as it could be had they needed to be used in the first game today. So what do you do in this situation, man? The trade deadline's tomorrow, and I know I see people tweeting all over the place. Sell, sell, sell. What are they going to sell? Like, I would really like to give somebody explain to me how the Phillies could sell. Maybe I'm seeing this wrong. Everybody always says, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You're always wrong. How am I wrong? Somebody explain to me how the Phillies can sell here. Maybe I need to be educated on this. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Somebody give me a good explanation of how the Phillies can sell. That's all I see on the timeline. Phillies need to sell. They got to sell, 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 sell. I don't have an answer on how they sell. I don't see how they do it. The only thing you could say is they don't need to go out and buy. Fine. Right? They don't need to go out and buy help. Just let this team ride it out. But what are they selling? Somebody help me out with this. 609-403-0973. The text board, 609-403-0973. Message me through the free mobile app. And also, if you're watching the show live, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, I'm open ears on this one. You tell me how the Phillies can sell. And if you can give me a great explanation, and I might say, okay, I didn't think of that one. But I'm telling you right now, the second you tell me to trade Gene Segura or Didi Gregorius or Andrew McCutchen, any of those guys, I'm out on your conversation. Now, Rhys Hoskins, I'm in. Okay, you want to tell me they can try to move Rhys Hoskins? I am 100% in on that. I would trade Rhys Hoskins if it meant he couldn't bat his next time up right now. If I never have to see Hoskins hit in a Phillies uniform again, I have no problem with that. And I think someone just took Connor Brogdon deep. Did that ball go out? Did it hit the top of the fence? Something happened there. I think it hit the fencing over top the fence. I think that's going to be a home run. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-run jack. They are saying it is a double right now. I think they are checking this out. But either way, a run's going to score, possibly 2. I mean, come on. This Phillies pitching, how bad the bullpen was, the starting pitching has now usurped it as worse. Think about that. They have two guys in this rotation that are legitimate big leaguers. Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler. Everybody else they're trotting out there doesn't deserve to be in this situation. You got a major problem on your hands with that. A big problem. When you have two guys, that are legitimate big league pitchers, that's a problem. You have to go to your bullpen in the first inning of a game, of the second game of a doubleheader. The guy can't even get you through one. I know it's only a 7-inning game, but he can't get you to the second inning of the game. You had to throw Chris Sanchez. What a waste of miles that was on the rent-a-car. I mean, you couldn't have tapped on somebody else in the building to say, hey, you want to go out there and give me 2/3 of an inning today? For God's sake, Sanchez. How about a different career option? And then, what are you going to do tomorrow? Because we talked about how these games leading up to the trade deadline, you got all these NL East games, you split with the Braves, right? You split with the Braves, and all of a sudden, the trade deadline is tomorrow, and you're probably going to be in the same spot you were when this whole 10-game stretch started. You got the Pirates starting tomorrow. Aaron Nola is going to throw. Vince Velasquez will go on Saturday. And then on Sunday, it will be Matt Moore. There are zero confidence to be had in any game unless Zach Wheeler pitches, and he threw today, and they couldn't score. The offense, who said, hey, it's tough to dig out of a hole every single game. Well, what happened was they couldn't score today. And I'm not blaming the offense. They're going up against Max Scherzer. 609-403-0973. Text board is open. The underlining factor of this whole thing is, Eflin ended up getting hurt. That hurt them. Nola hasn't been the same. That really hurts them. They lose the game today when Wheeler pitches. Now you've got 3 games where, Sanchez has to pitch, Moore has to pitch, and Velasquez has to pitch. It's a recipe for this team just absolutely falling out. The problem is they're here. They have nothing to sell. Sometimes you're just mediocre. That's what this team is. They're just mediocre. Dave Dombrowski is in a tough spot. He inherited a team that has flaws all over the place because of ineptitude look, you talk about bad GM. Matt Klentak's a bad GM. He didn't build a winning team ever. Not once. Matt Klentak ruined this team. He has put them in such an inevitable spot that they cannot get out of until some of these contracts disintegrate. And those contracts are the Gene Seguras, the Andrew McCutchens, the Didi Gregorius, the Odubel Herreras. They're stuck with the JT Realmuto. They're stuck with the Bryce Harper. They're stuck with those two guys that, the Bryce Harper, the Rhys Hoskins thing, that's going to come up. You want to give Rhys Hoskins a big-time contract? I don't. You got to act on that before he gets to a contract situation. You got to make another team overpay because they don't have to pay him all that much. That's what you got to sell. If you're the general manager of the Phillies, you say, look, I'm going to take more from you for Rhys Hoskins because his contract is so team-friendly. Rhys Hoskins right now is making, I think he's under $1 million. Hoskins is arbitration. He's making I said under $1 million. He's $4.8 million this year. He's arbitration eligible for the next 2 years. That's a bargain for somebody. Hey, go play first base, hit me 30 home runs for $4.8 million. Now you'd say, well, why isn't that a bargain for you? I'm not saying it's a bad deal for you. I'm saying if you want to get me something in return, that's the only guy I got. Tom in Summers Point, you're on 97.3. What's up, Tom?
Mike, how would you think Ben Velasquez would be any better than last year? So the question was what? Trotting Moore, Velasquez out there? Which one? How about none of the above, Mike?
Well, if you remember, I never advocate putting him in the starting rotation. They didn't start him in the starting rotation, but they had so many guys get hurt that they had to put him back in.
Mike, I think you could have done a better job. Let me ask you a question. How many games do you think Bryce Harper won the team since he's been here by himself?
Hey, look, to me, Harper's been somewhat of a disappointment.
But Mike, would you? So I'm starting to look at it now, and I know hindsight.
You almost don't know what to say because I actually agree with you for once, Tom.
No, listen. Hey, we agree all the time, Mike. But here's how I look at it. I don't think you sign a player like Bryce Harper unless you're that one player away, Mike. He can't fix this team. He couldn't.
Well, here's the thing, Tom. The team was sitting around 500 for a couple seasons in a row, and they were in the race, and nobody cared. They felt that if they got a player that could draw, that if they were just in the race, that people would care, and that hasn't happened.
Well, Mike, they're just in the race now, and it's with smoke and mirrors. It's because the Nationals suck.
Well, I agree with that. But I've said for years, Tom, Philly is not a baseball town. They don't care about baseball. The only way they care about baseball is if this team is a front-running team.
See, I disagree, Mike. Baseball, when the Eagles aren't playing, and the Eagles aren't on, listen, we love our baseball, but I'm not going to spend how much you can get it. You go to a Dollar Dog Day and spend $12 and $30. Mike, I'm not spending that money to go see this garbage because I'm not going to waste my time.
Right, but the Phillies felt that if they had Bryce Harper, that people would believe in the team more. Why didn't we? When Gabe Kapler was the manager and they were right in the race, they were hanging around. They had no marketable player, and people were like, well, they're not really fun. There's no one to go watch. They went and got Bryce Harper feeling, all right, now we're going to bring Bryce Harper in. That's a guy you can believe in. And the Phillies fans didn't get – they have to be 10 –
because Bryce Harper's not a – Mike, I'm not going to watch Bryce Harper play when you got Vince Velasquez or Moore, one of those dogs pitching. It's not a draw. You're not putting fans in a seat because you signed Bryce Harper. They were trying to sell us. Man, we need Bryce Harper, and we're going to get over the hump. Get over the hump. We ain't getting over nothing.
Nope.
Like, this team is bad as Mike. And I don't understand how you can't have a farm system producing players like you see the Dodgers coming out of the farm system. These players, oh my God! Bohm he's the answer. Yeah, he's a bum too. I just don't get it. Mike? How many first basemen can you have on a team that can't play?
The defense is horrible, Tom. I got to run, bud. I appreciate the call. Defense is horrible. The scouting department has been atrocious. You talked about the minor league system. They had the number 1 overall pick. They bungled it. I like Bohm, but right now he has not been he hasn't helped. He has not looked like he has progressed. So he was the 3rd pick in the draft? Adam Haseley was the 7th or 8th pick? He doesn't look like he's going to help. So you had 3 times that you picked in the top 10 and really have nothing to show for it. You want to talk about bad drafts. We talk about the Eagles and Roseman all the time. The Phillies have just bungled this mess. They haven't hit on anything yet. 609-403-0973. And quite frankly, like I remember, go back 2-3 years when Kapler was here, and that team was kind of in it in August. And we're like, I don't really feel like they're in it. They were in it. We didn't feel like they were in it because they just didn't have anybody. They didn't have anybody to draw you in. They didn't have anybody to excite you. Then the Phillies felt, hey, if we get Bryce Harper, that is somebody that gives us legitimacy. But in baseball, you can't just get a star player, stick him in there, and think that's going to win you 10, 15, 20 games. 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan now open, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. When we come back, the NBA draft tonight, the NBA news cycle has been crazy over the last 48 hours. Brian Brooks, Hoskins is one of their better hitters, trade Bohm. That's the problem, Brian. People don't want Bohm. They'd rather have Hoskins. Guess what? You'll be fine if Hoskins gets traded. He's not helping this team. I guarantee you. He might get you something in return because you could sucker some other team to take him. But Hoskins being here is not making this team any better. Sorry to tell you. And he's the guy who has the most value offensively. Tony Skins. Mike, did your guys win? Yes, we did win. Go to the World Series, brother. Thank you for asking. That's very nice of you. Jersey P. Ben Simmons is an athletic Draymond Green. I think they should use him the way the Warriors did. I think they tried. Brett Brown tried to, and Ben Simmons didn't like it. Brett Brown tried to do that with Jimmy Butler. They used Ben in a different role, and Ben apparently didn't care for it too much, and that's why Jimmy Butler's gone. Back with more Sports Bash. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app powered by our friends at First Bank of CI. You can download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can take the show on the go, tap the app, and text the show right from your free mobile app. You can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter right now. Joining us here on the Sports Bash NBA Draft Night, a lot of all-season news. What is next for Ben Simmons and the Sixers? What's next for some of the big stars? This is a big day in the NBA offseason. Keith Smith, SpotTrack.com, joins us to talk a little bit more about what could happen tonight. And Keith joins us here on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Welcome back, Keith. Good to have you, man. What's going on?
It's draft day. I'm excited. I woke up like a kid on Christmas. I'm ready to go.
So for Sixers fans, this used to be the Christmas day. You know, now they're kind of past that. They've grown, Christmas. They've grown too old for Christmas. All of a sudden, they have the 28th pick. But how is this draft class? We've heard a lot of good things at the top of this draft. So especially with Ben Simmons, if you make a trade and get a top 4 or 5 pick, is this the draft to do it in?
It definitely could be. I don't know that they'll be able to get to that level, but maybe they can. I think you've got 2 guys at the top, Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green, who have really kind of separated themselves. And then there's a little bit of a drop-off in a tier to Evan Mobley, who's pretty good. Then a little bit of a drop-off to Jalen Suggs. Then you get into the Scotty Barnes territory around number 5. And then it starts to flatten out a little bit. We're starting to hear Jonathan Kuminga is slipping a little. But top 7, 8 guys, people feel really good about. Then or really probably more closer to top 5 guys. Then from 6 to about 10, flattens out a little. Then 10 to about 20, it becomes personal preference and fit and those kind of things. But from everything you hear from all the experts and the teams, everybody thinks they're going to get a lot of rotation players, a lot of long-term contributors, but the stars are really in that top 4 or 5 group.
Obviously, the NBA draft is a big day for trades. Ben Simmons is obviously on that list, but do you anticipate a lot of movement tonight?
I do. I think when you look at it, I tweeted about it earlier today, how many picks certain teams own. And it's kind of absurd how many picks teams have. Oklahoma City, for example, has 3 first-rounders and 3 second-rounders. Brooklyn, Detroit, New Orleans, and New York all have 4 total picks. So you're going to see a lot of moving up and down with teams on this draft board. I don't know how many of the star names are going to get moved today as opposed to, a few days later and things like that. I think it's going to be, a very busy off season for those kind of things. I just don't know how much of that happens today.
Yeah. All right. Obviously, Ben Simmons is the big name. There's so much around him. It's imminent. It's going to be tonight. It's going to be soon. They're looking around. Ben Simmons' team's on board. Read the tea leaves for us, Keith Smith. Is Ben Simmons' days as a Sixers over?
Yeah, I think they are. I think we're really close to this. I think what's going to happen with them is they're going to end up finding a deal. Right now, they're putting a huge price tag on trading for Ben Simmons because that's what you do. That's how you start off. Nobody wants to walk away from a trade and say, man, could I've gotten more? You want to start high and then come down as you negotiate. So I think that's where they're putting that massive price tag on him, as they should. But I think it's gone too far now. The things that were said immediately after they lost, maybe you could have got back off that. There's been subsequent reporting that they're not maybe so connected anymore there. And then when you've been in draft rumors for, we're talking a month now, basically, it eventually crosses the bridge of no return. And I think that's about where we're at with Ben Simmons and the 76ers.
So obviously there's so many things out there. The Bradley Beal, the Dame Lillard, the Heat, the Pacers, the Cavs. I mean, it seems like everybody has some sort of interest. At this point, if you're Daryl Morey, do you just take the best offer? Do you wait till after the draft to find out what happens with Beal and Lillard? I mean, what's the best way for Daryl Morey to play tonight?
Yeah, I think tonight you have to just do what you have to do. I guess is the best way to put that. If you can get something done with Ben Simmons, that's great. But you can't let everything hold you up on well, maybe Damian Lillard wants a trade, maybe Bradley Beal wants a trade. Both of those guys know, and I think they both respect their organizations enough to know that if it was really serious that they wanted out, it would happen today, because they want to make sure that if their teams want draft picks tonight, that they can go get that done. So I think those guys, I'm not saying there's not going to be a trade for them, because maybe some team comes in and blows either one of those teams away. I just think for the most part it's better to sit back if you're Philadelphia, make the moves you're going to make anyway. Then if that develops, and you try to move on it then, because you can't just kind of live on a hope and a prayer that eventually those guys take, because it's far from guaranteed that you would even get them anyway.
Keith Smith, the Sixers did make a little move today. They traded for the number 53 overall pick. What is the message there?
Yeah, I think what that message is there is Philadelphia is trying to stockpile roster building tools in case they are hard capped and become limited at all in the way that they can build out this roster. As we know, with or without Ben Simmons, they're going to have an expensive team next year. And if they go and make a sign and trade, then they would become hard capped. And what would happen is that limits you and how much salary you can take on. And by adding a draft pick tonight, an extra one, that's one more guy you can add to the bottom of your roster as kind of filler that you have some cost control over, because you would only count for whatever it is you sign him for, versus if you go sign other guys, there's ways that they count a little bit more towards your cap and in the hard cap and those kind of things. So I think this is Daryl Morey doing a little bit of future planning and just kind of balancing himself out to be in a position where it's basically I give myself options tonight based on things I may or may not do down the line.
Keith, obviously the Woj report yesterday said that Simmons and his agent are in step with a move elsewhere. When it gets to that point, is that essentially saying that Simmons is at peace with not wanting to be in Philadelphia anymore?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're there. I think no one is ultimately coming out and saying, he wants a trade or the team is done and they're going to move him. But I think what we are seeing is both sides are saying it without saying it, that it's, hey, we understand this is probably done and we're going to be moving on. And I think it's, for Philadelphia, they're, kind of without saying it again, it's, we're moving on from this. We're going to find a trade here. And that's all part of that. I think it's just gone too far to walk it all back, because in a couple months, you have to bring all these guys back together. And it would be pretty awkward to roll Ben Simmons back in and be like, hey, so you're back here. Let's just put all that behind us and move forward. That gets really difficult.
Other guys to keep an eye on tonight at the draft that could be veterans on the move.
Yeah, I think the Pacers are involved in some stuff. So we're going to see what's kind of going on with their team, whether that be TJ Warren. Teams have been chasing him. There's a sense that Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis may be split up. So we may see something ultimately happen on that front. The Lakers are heavily involved in a number of different fronts. They've been shopping Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Kyle Kuzma, and then if they can find a way to get a trade that Montrezl Harrell likes and get him today to commit to opting in, then they could use him in a trade as well. So I think you're going to see those guys involved. And then you've got a handful of other teams like the Clippers. They feel confident they're going to re-sign Kawhi Leonard, but they know they need to add some depth. The Warriors are going to be involved in doing stuff. So I think you're going to see some movement. How much of it is true superstar players? We'll see. Those things don't always happen at the draft. A lot of times those are when free agency actually opens, which this year, that's only a few days away.
Right, exactly. What do you think happens ultimately with Kyle Lowry?
Yeah, I think Kyle Lowry is all signs indicate he's going to be gone from Toronto. And we know Philadelphia and Miami are kind of tops of the list of the teams that would love to have him. So I think what we're going to ultimately see with Lowry is, can they put together, if it's Philadelphia, a sign and trade that makes sense to get Lowry where they can send enough value back to Toronto that kind of balances things out there, because that's the only way they'll be able to get him. And that's probably not going to involve Ben Simmons. That's just a guess that I have. That'll be a whole separate thing. So that's question one there. Or, can Miami can get themselves to to probably enough cap space to get in the ballpark at least with him. And then we've heard the New Orleans Pelicans mentioned. That's really picked up steam over the last, let's call it, week or so now, that they're interested in Kyle Lowry, and their big trade that they made with Memphis allowed them to get in a position where they can create all kinds of cap space to go make that happen. They also have sign and trade possibilities that they could do, which would open them up. So I think Lowry will be elsewhere. My guess is when we talk probably next, because by then free agency will have been open for a few days, he'll be on one of Philadelphia, Miami, or New Orleans. That's just a guess.
All right. That would be interesting. Obviously, the Lillard-Beal stuff, you would not anticipate something happening with either one of those two guys tonight, correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I honestly don't even think it's going to happen this offseason. I think both of those guys are going to stick right where they are. And then if it's something where we get into the season and things aren't going the way they want, or even if their off seasons don't go the way that they were hoping for, then we'll see maybe at the trade deadline or an in-season move, or in Lillard's case, that could stretch into next summer. But I really don't think either one of those guys in this day and age in the NBA, if a player wants traded, they don't really try to massage the message too much. They just kind of say, hey, I want to go. And then we get things moving. And neither one of those guys seems overly keen on saying, I'm ready to go. And what's also interesting about that is some people say, well, maybe they don't want to upset the fans and those kind of things. I think those fan bases both understand that those players have kind of given them everything that they can, and would understand it if, they said, hey, it just hasn't worked out here for, Lillard. It's been almost a decade now of it. And I think the Portland fans would say, hey, you gave it your all. We just couldn't make it happen here. Right. All the best to you moving forward.
Let me ask you about those two guys. And this isn't me knocking them at all. I'm just playing devil's advocate for the sake of this. Dame Lillard hasn't been very successful. Is that because his team's just not very good? Like you say, hey, you're trying to get rid of Ben Simmons because you're frustrated by the fact that you feel he's holding the team back. I'm not suggesting Lillard's holding that team back, but neither him nor Beal have been good enough to do much in the postseason. Is it just they're just not on teams that are good enough, or is there something that they do that is the reason why Washington's never won a series with Beal there? Lillard had the run to the Western Conference Finals, but has been mostly knocked out in the first round. Is that something that the Sixers should take under consideration if they make such a deal?
It's a bullet point in your deck that you put together to cover the pros and cons of trading for those guys. But I don't think it's one that comes it's not highlighted with stars around it and everything else. But I think you're going to look at it more and say the roster construction in both of those situations has been a little messy. Damian Lillard, and it's not that TJ McCollum's a bad player by any means, but you're talking about two primary scoring guards that are both undersized that have played together basically for their entire careers. That's always going to limit how far you can go. And that's tough. And I think when you look at Lillard and Beal both, when they have played in the playoffs, they've generally been very, very good. And it's just, they don't necessarily have enough help around them. And then in the Washington side, they looked like for a little bit there that they were really building something. And then unfortunately, John Wall had all the injuries that kind of waylaid him. His career went sideways. Otto Porter Jr. never developed, and then he had injuries. And it just really went south over the last handful of years for the Wizards. So I don't put that as much on Beal and Lillard. I think where I am heartened with those guys is I get nervous when it's this guy's a great player and his team never even sniffs the playoffs, because so many teams make the NBA playoffs that I think if you're that great of a player, you can drag your team into the 8th seed at least once or twice in your career. Those guys have at least done that. And that, gives me a little bit of heart in saying, I can go make that trade and feel pretty confident, put the right guys around them. And they're both, could really, be major winners in this league. If not, contention for the finals, if not completely win the finals.
Right. So the irony here is that Sixers fans unhappy with Ben Simmons, who played awful in these playoffs, yet was still good enough to knock out Bradley Beal.
Yeah. And that's, one of those things where I think as we kind of look at it, it becomes one of those let's not let recency bias overtake us too much. Let's use our good sense here and say, hey, if there was ever something to be made there where Simmons goes and Beal comes, I think we're okay, and I feel like we did pretty good in that deal. Versus, looking back, well, Ben Simmons beat him, so that's the way to go. Because otherwise, I think there might have been a few teams that might have been a little upset if they had the opportunity to trade for Michael Jordan back in the day.
Absolutely good stuff, Keith Smith. The NBA draft tonight. Favorite player other than Cunningham is who?
My personal favorite player?
Yeah.
I like Scotty Barnes a lot. I think this guy is going to come in, be an immediate defender on the wing. I think he is one of those guys who can really defend 2 through 4, and maybe even some of the bigger, slower point guards, and maybe even some of the smaller 5s. I think that is such a unique skill, and I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir for y'all because that's what Ben Simmons does. But I really like Scotty Barnes, and I think his shot's going to end up being pretty good. I don't know that he's going to be a great off-the-dribble shooter, but I think he'll be a guy who will make open jump shots. So you pair him with the right creators around him, and I think that kid is going to be really, really good. But give me any of those guys in the top 5, Cunningham, Green, Mobley, Suggs, or Barnes, and I'm going to feel really good about my night tonight.
Now, we've had guys in the last couple drafts. I mean, I don't know that Giannis Antetokounmpo was hanging around this draft, but like a Devin Booker, guys, Donovan Mitchell, guys who have been drafted a little deeper in the draft and then turned out to be a really good player. Is that guy somewhere that you like that's going to be in the 15 to 28 area?
Yeah, we're definitely going to have that because it happens every year, right? There's somebody that falls, and somebody will, even kind of come back and tell us, like, I knew that guy, was going to be good and should have been drafted, higher, or whatever the case was. There's a couple guys in that range. I really like Alperen Şengün. He's a young big man. He's been playing over in Turkey. This kid offensively looks like he may be one of those dominant power forward center types that comes in and can just really kind of do everything offensively. In his defense, he tries hard. So I think that makes up for the fact that maybe he's not the best defender in the world. So I think he's going to be really good. I think Josh Giddey, the big playmaking wing, I don't think he's necessarily going to be a primary ball handler in the NBA, but I do think as a playmaking wing, he has a lot. And then one guy who I'm starting to really fall in love with towards the end of the lottery is Corey Kispert out of Gonzaga. If for no other reason than I know he's going to shoot. And if you have one elite skill in the NBA, that's enough sometimes. We've seen, Duncan Robinson's probably going to make himself $80 million this offseason because he can shoot at an elite level. I think Corey Kispert can do that for sure. And I think that alone is going to have him, be a guy who, whoever lands him in that late lottery, mid-first round area is going to be really happy tonight.
All right, the NBA draft tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, the Sixers with 3 picks, one in the first round, number 28. They pick in the second round, number 50 and number 53. Now, there have been a lot of reports, Keith, that Daryl Morey wants to get rid of that first-round pick. He has been a pretty active guy on draft night, has he not?
Yeah, on draft night or before. He is not someone who builds through the draft. It's never been, his preferred method. Where we're going all the way back to, I believe, the stat, if I have this correct, was 2015 or 16. Sam Decker was the last first-round pick he made with the Houston Rockets.
Wow.
So you're going a while there. So he's not afraid to trade out completely or make the selection and then move the selection on. So it wouldn't surprise me. And I think where Philadelphia is at, you don't need it. Whoever you're getting at 28 is going to come as either they're going to be a finished product who's flawed or they're going to be a complete project. And neither one of those things makes a lot of sense for Philly. If you can put that pick into a trade to get somebody can help you right now, that's the direction to go. And I think that's always been Daryl Morey's draft philosophy.
At Keith Smith NBA, and of course the NBA draft tonight, the Ben Simmons possible deal will loom over the event tonight, as we know. We'll also see other stuff. I mean, the Lakers, Sacramento, they're having some conversation. Keep an eye on all the trades. Keith thinks it's going to be an active night. And, of course, we'll be here tomorrow to recap it all. Keith, well, Merry Christmas, man.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I just hope I get a lot of presents open tonight.
Keith Smith, everybody, at Keith Smith NBA here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him as always. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. This is the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Be careful out there. Apparently, there's supposed to be a tornado in effect for most of the state. So if you're driving around, even in Delaware, there's a tornado warning in effect. I always miss those, there's like no windows in the studio that we're in. You can't really see outside. So we just got to hear it sometimes. It's like something going on out there. I see like tornado in effect here. Like, jeez. All right, when we come back, I'm getting tweets about Ben Simmons. We have a poll question up. Do you want to see Ben Simmons traded? Are you ready to see Ben Simmons traded? Vote right now at 973 ESPN. Right now, 85% of you say, yep, you're ready for Ben Simmons to be traded. 15% say no, you are not ready for the Ben Simmons era to end. I'll give you my thoughts on that coming up. A Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, live video. You can always watch the show there. It's good to have you with us if you're watching the show live on the video. Get your comments live in the comments section. Neil Cooper's watching on YouTube. What's up, Neil? Says, see what Washington wants for Beal besides Simmons. I got news for you. Nothing. They don't want to trade Beal. I don't even think they want to trade Beal for Simmons, to be honest with you, unless Beal says, I want to be traded. Otherwise, they don't want to trade Bradley Beal. I don't blame him. Actually, I do blame him. Maybe I don't. I don't know. It's one of those things. Beal's a great player. He's not good enough to win them the championship, though. You have to do so much building around Bradley Beal that you just can't do. Why? It's why the Sixers did what they did. It's why the Sixers did the process. Bradley Beal's too good. They can't get another player. Why? Because they're the 8th seed. This is the problem. This is the rat race. This is the hamster wheel. Bradley Beal is good enough, paired with Russell Westbrook. They're good enough to be the 7 seed, the 6 seed, the 8 seed. But what does that do for you? It puts you in position to draft in a spot that you really can't get a good player or a good enough player. And those two players alone are not good enough. Washington is going to draft in the 15th spot. You got to either get really lucky and be the team that finds Giannis Antetokounmpo, or you have to break it all down. So you either say Bradley Beal, like Bradley Beal is what, the second best scorer in all of the NBA? You average over 30 points a game, and your team can't be better than the 8th seed. This is why the Sixers did what they did. Like, people act like, well, what do the Sixers do? Why'd they do that? Do you want to be the Wizards? I get it. The Sixers have not won an NBA championship. They have not gotten out of the second round. But the Wizards have zero expectations entering the season. They go into the season knowing we're not doing anything. And they have Bradley Beal on their team. The problem is Beal is so good that he's just good enough to get you to a spot you don't want to be in. And then they can't get anybody to help them. How are the Washington Wizards getting out of where they are? The NBA purgatory. How do they do it? How? How do they get out of that mess? You're telling me, now I'm looking at a mock draft right now. This is ESPN.com's latest mock draft. It got changed this morning when the Sixers traded for pick 53. And with the 15th pick, the Washington Wizards are taking Trey Murphy III. Are you telling me adding Trey Murphy III is changing the Washington Wizards from the 8th seed to a championship contender? Is it getting them from the 8th seed to the 4 seed? Is it getting them from the 8th seed to the top 3? No. So Bradley Beal, it's great to have him on your team, but how are they getting another player to pair with Bradley Beal? And that's the problem, that you're perpetually stuck in that situation. You are perpetually stuck with, I have this great player. He is so good that I'm going to be average. And because I'm average, I can't get a great player to play with him. That's the rub, man. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? So do you understand when I say, hey, I was a proponent of the Sixers and their process? It's because, and they didn't even have a player as good as Bradley Beal. They didn't have a player nearly as good as Bradley Beal. You know, they had Drew Holiday. So you tell me I have Drew Holiday, I have Evan Turner, I have Andre Iguodala, I have Thaddeus Young. I'm the 8th seed. How am I getting that superstar player that takes that group of guys and takes them from the 8th seed and gets them all the way up to a championship contending team? How do I do it? The Washington Wizards are proof of how hard it is when they have a superstar player. Bradley Beal is a legitimate superstar player. And they can't do anything. They cannot do anything. They are stuck. I almost feel bad for the teams like that. Like, I have Bradley Beal. I worked hard. I got Bradley Beal. Thanks. I got this guy. Now what do I do? How do I do it? How do I get out? How do I fix it? 609-403-0973. So for those of you who look at, I had somebody text, the Sixers lost. They didn't lose. They're not the Wizards. The Wizards have Bradley Beal and they can't win. The Portland Trailblazers, they have Dame Lillard and they can't win. Why? Because they have great players, but they can't get the second great player or that third great player. They can't get that other guy. And that is the perpetual problem that happens inside the NBA. That is what happens with these teams. They get stuck. They have a great player, and you need multiple great players. And if you can't figure out a way to get that next great player, you're kind of stuck there. And that is exactly what has happened with a lot of teams in the NBA. The draft tonight, yeah, the teams at the top, they're excited. The teams in the middle and the back, you're not. Remember when the Sixers had the first, second, third pick in the draft, how excited you were for this day? Now you don't care. I don't see people out there like, oh, the Sixers have the 28th pick. This is going to really help them out. And yet you're the same person that will say, oh, you should have just, you didn't need to lose on purpose. You could have kept building it. You could have kept building this way. And yet, then why aren't you excited about the draft tonight? It cracks me up sometimes. Some people are just, oh, man. The Sixers, they didn't need to do the process. You could have kept drafting. You could have found a guy. Hey, the Sixers have the 28th pick tonight. No, I don't care. You can't get any better with the 28th pick. Well, which one are it? Which one is it? 609-403-0973. Phillies are down 7-0, by the way, in the third. Okay, you're done with them, right? We're about done with that. 7-0 in the third. The Eagles, I think, have just signed. Let me get some more information on this real fast for you. I will be doing this on the fly, so don't hold it against me. I'm trying to get the information out to you. The Eagles have signed a defensive back. He was with the Raiders, if memory serves me correctly. Let me see here. Former second-round pick, Obi Melifonwu, I think, is signing with the Eagles. He was a second-round pick, played with the Patriots practice squad, has really not done much in the NFL, so don't get all that excited. Played 5 games with Oakland in 2017, 2 games in New England in 2018, and has not been in the league since. So, a little depth moved. Big guy, though, 6'4", 224, was a second-round pick of the Raiders back in 2017 from UConn. I don't know. The next UConn player that could play in the NFL will be the first. All right, football at 4 is on the way. What did we see at Eagles camp today? Adam Kaplan with the latest. He joins me next here on the Sports Bash.
with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
This is Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is here as the Eagles' day 2 of training camp, and so much to discuss as Adam Kaplan can break it all down for us as the Eagles with a lot of stuff yesterday. Howie Roseman spoke, Nick Sirianni today, Jonathan Gannon. Plenty of storylines already through 2 days of the Eagles being back at camp. And right now, Adam Kaplan joins me here on the Sports Bash for Football at 4. Adam, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Doing good. I'm on my training camp tour up at Eagles tomorrow and Saturday night, which is interesting to have a Saturday night practice. That's not going to be at the link, which is not what I was expecting. So that's kind of cool. And the weather could be much cooler, so you like that. I'll probably be there Wednesday. We have some stuff we heard. You know, we could tell you who's looked good and who needs to pick it up. We've got that. So, yeah, look, it's your typical training camp stuff. Lots of minor injuries so far, which is not good. The offensive line is beat up already. Both guards are dealing with something. It's one thing after another with this football team.
Yep. I know you mentioned Isaac Seumalo. You talk about the injuries. He's got a hamstring. He's week to week. So you're already going in with a guard down. Brandon Brooks had a precautionary injury that pulled him off the field. So you've got another guard down in that spot. And I guess, Adam, the left tackle spot, yesterday it looked like Diller was getting the rips. Today it appeared that Jordan Mailata is getting the rips. So this appears to be, as they said, a true competition.
Yeah, that's why I always tell people when you see reporters saying this guy got the ones, be careful, because especially when there's an open competition, it doesn't really matter. When you see one guy get it, one guy getting it the other day, it's what happens by the end of camp, and that's all that matters. So I would be careful of what's been reported. And by the way, those people do not have access to the practice tape. So when they say, well, this guy looked good, be careful of who's putting it out there, because as Jeff could tell you, Moshe was there yesterday. It's very hard to watch every single player. In fact, you can't do that. It's impossible to have a grade on every player when you're just watching with your own eyes. But what we can tell you, the player of training camp so far, from what we understand for the first 2 days, particularly the first day, is Josh Sweat, who's really primed for a breakout season. He had around 6 sacks. You don't want to read too much into a day or two, but he looks great, and he's a guy they're super high on. And by the way, he's on the final year of his rookie deal.
Yeah, I know that Sweat was, I guess, getting some snaps with Brandon Graham. They're paired, but Jonathan Gannon kind of alluded to today that he looks at Sweat and Derek Barnett kind of as both starters there. And I understand that Barnett really got the better of Dillard in some of the one-on-one stuff. Take that for what it's worth. But we know that that left tackle spot, and then it seems like the defensive line, you're going to see, I don't know about competition, but you're going to see possibly more opportunity for Sweat because he's kind of been limited. You know, he's had the knee problems. Do they expand his snaps this year?
Yeah, in fact, it would not surprise me if he gets more snaps than Barnett. I'm going to go on a small limb. Derek Barnett has been wildly inconsistent. We know that. He's also on a final year of his deal, so he's on his 5th-year option. He needs to really prove himself at just over $10 million. To me, Josh Sweat's got a better future with Eagles than Derek Barnett does at this point, just based on what he did last year. Sweat, he's held up physically very well, and he's off to a good start, and he's got more skill to me than Derek Barnett does.
Adam, obviously, let's go over a couple things that Howie Roseman mentioned yesterday, one of which was Zach Ertz. And he's saying, I mean, he's sticking to this, that he anticipates him being here. I mean, he has to say that, right? He's not going to come out and say, well, he's here, but we're trying to trade him. But
yeah,
are we getting,
I laugh at that stuff.
I was going to say, are we getting a more of a feel that they're just okay bringing him back?
They're going to listen. I'm just going to continue to repeat when this hasn't changed for 4 months. When they get what they're looking for, we're willing to accept, he'll be moved. Now that team has to be willing to accept his $8.5 million. Those two things have to be met. If it happens by the end of August, he'll be moved. It's really, again, nothing's changed. Anything and I thought Jeff Mosher did a great job explaining this on your show yesterday. When it comes to this player, Ertz, who has an interesting hairdo. It's not. I was told a week ago. I told Jeff privately. I said, "Listen, he's got some kind of weird hair." I didn't know it was going to be blonde. I was not told that, so that was kind of odd. Very blonde. I don't know. I don't get it. But look, he wants to be moved. I mean, he wants to be in a. They know that Dallas Goedert's the future tight end. It's not a secret. So we'll see where that goes. It's early. The leverage will be in the Eagles' hands of a team. And look, there are 31 other teams. Somebody's going to lose a tight end. Someone's going to be down for a while. It's unfortunate. That's the business. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. And then Sirianni followed up by, he was asked about just going to force you into more 12 personnel. And he said, no, I've always had two good tight ends and, this, that, and the other thing. So Sirianni's playing along with it. But I guess the question would be, if he's here, does he have to use more 12 personnel or, hey, Ertz, your role is just a minimal one?
Yeah, look, if Ertz is back in the fall, it's Goddard's job. He'll play more snaps than Ertz. It's just the way it is. Now, I couldn't tell you what the snap breakdown will be because we're not there yet. Now, it gives them the opportunity to play 12. Yeah, and look, in Indy, they do both, where Sirianni was the offense coordinator, though he didn't call the plays. Here, you've got Richard Rodgers, who, if Ertz is traded, or he's moved, one way, however that goes down, Rodgers is the 2, and Stoll will probably be the 3. They really like him, and they gave him a pretty good chunk, around $125,000, fully guaranteed at signing.
Adam, obviously, Jalen Hurts was brought up a lot yesterday, and they certainly didn't come out and say he's our starter, he will be the guy. But if you read the tea leaves, is that what they're saying, or are they trying to get Jalen Hurts to step up his performance? How do you read the way they handled the Hurts questions on, I guess it was Wednesday? Yeah,
look, it's kind of, they want him to be the starter. They want him to take the reins. They're giving him majority of the first team reps, and that's what they expect. And it's really amazing. A year ago, at this time, we were like, why did they draft this player? He's never going to play unless, of course, Wentz gets hurt. You couldn't have made it up. What's changed since then? It's really remarkable. The Wentz trade and him wanting out. And this is something they never imagined. And we've told people ad nauseum. There's still a couple. There are like 2 people are holding on to the fact that Eagles had something nefarious in mind. Like they drafted him to be the starter, which is completely not the case. We outlined this on our show right after. We were told flat out he was drafted because they wanted to upgrade the backup quarterback position. And that's really what their thought process was. But now that Wentz is gone, he's the guy. He just has to do it. And look, when you look at a new head coach who does not have any familiarity with this player, Jalen Hurts, he was not here when he was drafted. Sure, he's watched tape of him, but he doesn't know the player. He has to get to know him. There's really no reason to name him the starter. He's what I'm calling. He's the presumed starter. I think it's probably the best way to look at it.
Yeah, I know. Because people were, hey, Joe Flacco, is he going to get any first team?
He's looked good, by the way. I'm told he's looked real good, by the way.
Right.
Really
I was going to say, because they said, is Flacco going to get any first team reps? And it sounded as if Flacco looked like I don't say a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but looked like a veteran quarterback who maybe had some more control of the offense. Now today it appears that Jalen had a little bit better day. But that being said, this isn't a competition. Do you think?
I think this is the way I understand it. Flacco is going to push him. He's not going to take the job, but he's going to look good because this is what Joe Flacco does. And then, he's been more of a very average starting quarterback at the pro level during the regular season, but in preseason or training camp, he'll look good. And he looks good. I mean, he really does. And a person close to him told me that this is like the best he's felt in 5 years. So, yeah, he's going to do a good job. He's exactly what you want in a backup, experienced guy and a local guy, and it's a pretty good move by the Eagles.
Yesterday, Howie Roseman was asked nicely about the quarterback situation. Has he done his homework on other quarterbacks? Can't name any names. How extensively has he looked? He says, we have a short list, but it's undeniable that name, Deshaun Watson, continues to surround this Philadelphia Eagles team, and it probably will until something gets resolved out there, no?
Yeah, we actually, we had this is one of our favorite shows we've done. We got some great comments on it. I'll just give you a little bit of a little nugget. We went into this Watson stuff, and we turned the thing all over. We went all over it. We explained on today's show kind of where we're at with it, but one thing I would tell you is that the Eagles had a chance to shoot down any Deshaun Watson rumors, and they did not. You don't need to know anything else. That's exactly where it is. They clearly have interest in the guy, and that's the bottom line.
Now, on that level, I mean, he's practicing. There is no penalties on him right now. He is not supposed to be in
By
a
the way,
Go ahead.
did you see how he's practicing?
What's
are
he
you
like,
aware
the
of that?
safetier, right?
Yeah.
He's like a scout
I mean,
team
think about
safety.
it. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's so awkward. This is what I remember talking to someone of the Texans like a month ago, and we were just exchanging notes. And I said, "Look, where's this thing going?" He goes, "Well, we'll see what he does in training camp." And I know what the guy meant. He goes, "We'll see if he's a quarterback." Like, well, what? Because Tyrod Taylor is their quarterback this season. That's the way they're approaching it. Now, could that change? If they find out that he's going to be able to play this season, right now he's allowed to. But if they feel like he's not going to be suspended, well, where are we going here?
Right.
Like, what are you going to do with the player? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Adam, that's
Gotta be
what I was going to say, because his deposition isn't until February. So
yes, February. Yes, exactly. Right.
So
right.
he's not even going to be questioned on this whole situation until after this season is over. So do you go into this season, if you're the Texans, saying this guy's going to play and there's going to be no penalty? This is a very odd. I think that adds a weird wrinkle to this whole mix.
Well, look, I know it's tough to trade him because of the legal issues, the accusations. Nothing charged, by the way. He's got no charges against him.
Right.
But it's just I feel like he'll eventually be traded. It could be in 3 days. It could be in 3 months. I just don't see any way. Now the problem is what is his real value? How could you, if you're the Eagles, right? We all know that the Eagles have pretty strong interest in the guy. How could you trade him when you don't know what his future is? And then even if he's allowed to play this season, do you trust him? Do you have to get in front of him and have to know who this guy is off the field? The thing about him, Mike, is, and we talked about this on today's show with Jeff and I, is that if you look at his charitable work off the field and everything that he's done right, you just can't believe this stuff could come about that he's been accused of. But what we've known in our world is sometimes people aren't what they seem, and let's call it like it is. This is, we don't know what's real and what's not with him, but I just don't know how you trust the situation if you're a football team that's trying to acquire him.
The interesting part about this, Adam, is that, he has been given a plea chance and he's not taking it because he's maintaining that he hasn't done anything wrong.
Right. Well, and Rusty Hardin, his attorney, they want the name. In fact, they're not going to sign any NDAs. They're the accusers. They want it all out there, and we'll see. Because anything that he said that has happened, been alleged to have happened, was consensual. So it's he said, she said, and we've seen this before in society, and it's really one of the most unique stories I can remember in 21 years of covering the National Football League. I've never really seen anything like this.
Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. If you want to hear more about this Deshaun Watson situation, they go a lot deeper on today's episode that dropped this morning at 6 a.m. Let's go and take a look. Yesterday, Sirianni was asked about McLeod, Dickerson on pace to be back week 1. Those two guys there, do we have any anticipation that Rodney McLeod, I guess, Dickerson's a little harder to read because he's a rookie, hasn't been out there at all, but where McLeod is, do they think that they said day to day? So does that make you feel...
rehab? Yeah, his rehab is Mike's going well from what I'm told, just to answer your question. Yeah.
Right. So do we anticipate McLeod's ready for week 1, or we've seen a lot of Kayvon Wallace out there the first 2 days?
Yeah, won't know until he starts working. Won't know until late August once McLeod gets out there, kind of where he's at and how much he can do earlier in the season if he's indeed ready. Yeah, I was surprised that the way that Sirianni, he said it real quick about him being there for week 1. I mean, I guess he would know better than I, but until you get him out there, and he hasn't practiced since last season, since he tore his ACL, you just don't know. It's a shame. Rodney's had a couple injuries. He's been a great Eagle, by the way. That was a heck of a signing in 2016. But he's an older player, and Wallace is a guy that they like. He can really hit. Got great energy and passion for the job, but the question is coverage. That's always been his challenge.
All right. When we spoke last week, we were on the precipice of maybe a Steve Nelson signing. It happened on Sunday. So he is here now. So the Nelson signing, as you kind of hinted at on Thursday's edition of Football at 4, that has happened. So now Steve Nelson, Darius Slay, Avonte Maddox. Where does that put this secondary in the NFC East?
Yeah, by the way, I guess you just said it. He wants to be called Steve. Is that correct? Steve Nelson?
I guess so, yeah.
I read it somewhere. I read it somewhere. That was funny. Look, now they can compete. Without Nelson, they're not competing. It's simple as that. Yep. They cannot afford one injury on the outside. Then you're back at square one again. They really. I have not heard this, but if you and I were running this team, I'm like, we're good. We're going to sign another veteran that's either on the street or gets cut, or there's Drake Kirkpatrick, and somebody. They need one more veteran. But you have to decide what is your goal this season. How high are you trying to compete for? For a playoff spot? Are you trying to win the division? Because if you are, you really need one more outside corner. That's what I would do if you and I were running it, but I'm not. Neither are you. But quite frankly, they're just not deep enough on the outside. And it's too early to know on McPherson, the 4th round pick. But I'm very curious to see how we'll have a report. We'll have a report from our sources on what these guys look like. We're going to have a report for Monday morning show. That'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's no practice Sunday, from what I understand. So we'll have a report, 4 days of practice, how about everyone look on both sides of the football.
Now, I have said, Adam, adding Steven Nelson doesn't make you win 4 extra games. I mean, but it makes you compete more in games, which could help you win games, because without him, you're probably not competitive against a lot of teams. But how much does Nelson change the outlook of this season? I'm not saying they're going to win 10 to 12 games all of a sudden, but does that change the range of how competitive they are in certain games?
It does. So let me give you an example, right? Let's say when you go against Dallas, they're going to be heavy 11 personnel because they have 3 receivers who've got to play. Mari Cooper, Michael Gallup, who's their best deep threat, and of course CeeDee Lamb, who's off to a good start and should be a breakout player. Without Steven Nelson, you can't line up because you can't put Michael Jaquette back there again. You just can't do it. And you don't know about Zach McPherson. You just don't know. He hasn't played a down in the National Football League. So you got to have Maddox now as your slot corner. That's what you want. That's what he was drafted for. And that right now is what he's going to be with Nelson on the roster. If Slay or Nelson can't play, they're in trouble. It's just they're not be able to compete. Yeah. It's just they'll say they can, Mike, but that they were awful at corner on the outside.
Horrendous.
Opposite Slay.
Were you intrigued? I don't know if you heard Jonathan Gannon today, but had some praise for Davion Taylor and really thought that he's come a long way.
For what we were told from this staff is they like Taylor's tape from Colorado. He's a good kid. He could run. We know he can move. He's built like today's linebacker. He's not 6'4", 250. He's 6 feet, 6'1", and 225, 227, 228, that range. No more than 230. And that's kind of, what these guys look like. And that's what they want. And they want to be a nickel linebacker. If he ever becomes a nickel linebacker for them, right? Because they're going to be a nickel team. We're told they're only going to play 2 linebackers pretty much. And if he's their starting nickel linebacker with Eric Wilson, that's a home run. Mm-hmm. Right now, I don't see that happening this year. But look, he's getting reps here. And remember, Alex Singleton's on the COVID list.
Right.
And they're light at receiver now with some injuries and some strange stuff going on there. And they've got a lot of guys not working.
Last guy I want to ask you about, because I thought Gannon really was spoke glowingly about 3rd round pick Milton Williams. In fact, he said he's like Ben Simmons. He could play 5 spots on the defensive line, this guy. They had to move it all over the place. It sounds like they're really intrigued by what he brings.
Yeah, so he's going to play D end. He's going to play D tackle. He might, because I think he did it at Louisiana Tech. He might stand up a linebacker a little bit. We'll see. But he definitely is going to play D end and D tackle. Those are going to be his positions. And he's got a lot of talent, but the one issue he can't correct, and that's his short arms. That's going to be a problem for him. But he's got a lot of ability. He's a great kid from what we're told. We'll see how he handles it all the mental stuff. But I know this is a guy that we're told Tracy Rocker, their OD line coach, was pushing for. He's really high on him.
Yeah, this should be interesting because Gannon also mentioned today, Adam, that Fletcher Cox is going to move around a lot too. So they're going to move him up and down the defensive line. Yeah. He said he's going to move around because of his skill set. I think we should move him around. You put him over the center. They said move him to the outside. So it seems that they're going to get creative with this defensive front.
I love it. And this is one thing, probably the first nugget we got from our sources on Gannon back in February was that this is not only is the wide nine junked, it's like it never existed. And they're going to use personnel way better than the previous staff did on defense, particularly the last couple of years, where they underachieve. They lack of player development other than Sweat. It's been alarming, let's call it like it is. And I do believe, based on the people we've spoken with, player development is going to be major for the offensive defensive staff. Now, with proofs in the pudding, they've got to get it done. But we're hearing it. It's at a premium with his staff.
Adam Kaplan at Kaplan NFL. The Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Check that out with Adam and Jeff Mosher. They recap day one storylines, give practice observations, some injury stuff, a lot more on the Watson stuff. Devonta Smith, who was really hard on himself yesterday, apparently had a pretty good day today. All that and more. Check out InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam, enjoy. Where are you today?
I am driving back from Washington football team practice, although, I got in touch with Eagle sources just to get an idea of how today went. But I was with the Steelers on Wednesday, and I will be at the Eagles tomorrow and Saturday. Browns next week, Eagles probably another day, and then I fly out west. So lots going on with my training camp tour as usual.
At Kaplan NFL for more on that, and check out the Inside the Birds podcast. All right, Adam, safe driving, man.
Thank you.
All right, that is Adam Kaplan here from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, he, like all guests this hour, are brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. A great PropSwap story is the Green Bay Packers. When this whole Aaron Rodgers stuff started to come around, it was, I don't know if he's going to play there, so the odds kept dropping. You bought one of those tickets, and now Rodgers is back, and guess what? So too are the Packers' odds to win the Super Bowl. You could post that ticket at PropSwap.com and have people bid on it. Pretty cool. It's a great idea, and I'm all about it. It's PropSwap.com, and download the PropSwap app today. Speaking of apps, download the free mobile app, 97.3 ESPN. Has the free mobile app where you can take the show on the go on your phone. You can open the app, tap the app, and send us a text message right from the app on your phone. It's an easy way to communicate with the Sports Bash. And tonight, you can use the app to listen to tonight's NBA draft right on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. All right, do you remember? These are events that happened on this day, July the 29th. You know, it looks like Max Scherzer, who beat the Phillies earlier today, could be getting traded on this day, July 29th. Max Scherzer could be getting traded to the Padres. How about that?
It was really funny because I was reading earlier this week that the teams that were initially interested were the Dodgers and the Mets. And then all of a sudden, in the last 24 hours, here are the Padres. How you doing?
Well, this seems to happen, but the Padres last night, you know, by the way, Tatis, who's great, is terrible defensively.
Yes.
And he cost them with defense again last night. He's the first player to have over 20 errors at this stage of the season in, I can't even remember how long. But he's a terrible defensive player. So they need to get a little bit more help. This is a team that a lot of people thought had World Series aspirations, Josh, and all of a sudden they're 5.5 back in the West. Now, they're in the wild card right now. They're 5 games up on the Reds. But, you know, they got to do something to make sure they keep, because if they don't make the playoff, that Padres team would be a very disappointing season.
That, and also the fact that let's not forget how much they've invested in that roster.
Oh, yeah. Well, they went out and got
Machado. They traded for Blake Snell.
Yeah, the
remember?
Snell thing hasn't worked out.
No, it hasn't. That's part of the reason why they need Scherzer.
How do you think, what does that say about the Snell thing not working out? What does that say? I mean, this is a guy that was great in Tampa for the most part. He goes to San Diego, which is a pitcher's park, and he has not been very good. I know. He's on my fantasy team. I have to bench him every week.
Well, Mike, it says to me that maybe there's something in the water down in Tampa.
Right? I mean, do they not know what they're doing or what? That team is 61-42. He goes to the Padres, and people are like, they got Blake Snell now too? They're 59-45. That Tampa Bay team it's such an unbelievable story.
Tampa Bay has traded away now. What is it? I think it's either 4 or 5 of their top picks of the last 10 years, and they're still competitive. They traded away Snell. They traded away Adames. They moved on from what's his name? They had the thing on MLB Network the other night where they were like, look at all these guys they drafted, and they traded them all away, and they're still winning games.
It's unbelievable. Ridiculous. Well, they draft, and they
Jake Shields.
Jake
Shields,
yeah.
Their top
big
picks.
Game Shields.
Yeah,
they draft and they develop and they trust themselves. It's why they're the best.
It's nuts. Never seen anything like it.
On this day, Max Scherzer could be traded to the Padres, so keep that in mind. That's a
your back pocket.
Current day on this day. 1976, Orioles manager Earl Weaver watched his team beat the Tigers 1-0 from a radio booth at Tiger Stadium. He'd been banned from the dugout, press box, and clubhouse for 3 days for hitting an umpire. I miss those arguments between the manager and the umpire. You know, I almost got thrown out of a game twice in the same game the other day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to hear this story.
Oh, man.
Don't open that door and close it on me. Come on, Mike. Give me details.
Was egregious umpiring for the hometown team.
Okay. So
egregious.
Home cooking.
Awful. Embarrassing. And I say, listen, I don't say I've never been kicked out of a game ever. I very, very, very rarely even argue with an umpire.
But
this was so egregious and so bad. So egregious and so bad. And then you know what happened? The next day, both umpires apologized to me.
Did they really?
Both of them. The home plate guy and the field umpire both apologized for how bad they were.
Did that surprise you?
I was pretty surprised that the guy came up to me and said, I got to apologize. I did not have my best day yesterday. And he said, I did not have a good day, balls and strikes. And I said, I didn't have a problem with balls and strikes, but I got a laundry list of other things that I had a problem with. So then his buddy came over and he says, you know, I probably should have fought a little harder for that call at third base, you know. And I was like, you think? It was egregious. It was bad, man. It was really bad. And the coach of the other team, he's giving it to me. And
is this the same coach that wanted your kid checked?
No, different game.
Okay.
But this guy was the coach of the home team. So now, mind you, it's an 8:00 game. It's in their home place. It's a pretty packed house. I mean, they got people who have been sitting in the outfield, let's say, probably doing something they probably shouldn't be doing all day long in the sun.
You mean stuff they should be doing for a college football game, not a 13-year-old game.
and they're all lined up, campers in the outfield.
They're all sauced.
I mean, it was a scene, man. And this call was so bad. And I calmly walked over to the guy. I took my hat off very politely. And I thought, I didn't think I was good. He didn't tell me hey, that, because I think he knew he was wrong. But what's he going to do?
Right.
At that point. But and then it happened again later, and I went after him again. Just got thrown out twice. I said to one of the players on my team, I said, "You ever see me act like that before?" He looked at me like he saw a ghost. He was like, "No, never." I don't know that it will happen again. It was a scene, man. But I was Earl Weaver for about 5 minutes there.
5 minutes. 5 minutes of your life.
Yeah. On this day, 1995, the newly formed Panthers and Jaguars play their first ever preseason Hall of Fame game at Canton's Fawcett Stadium. Jacksonville return specialist Desmond Howard ran a punt back 66 yards for a touchdown. Carolina wins 20-14. Think about that. It's July 29th, and we had football in 1995. Let's get it back to that.
We need to get a lot of things
Can you
back to
imagine
alive.
if we had a football game tonight?
I mean, the fact that the NBA draft is on the same week as the Major League Baseball trade deadline and the NHL free agency, it's just a lot of chaos.
Yeah. Is that official now? Max Scherzer to the Padres?
I haven't seen official, but I've seen that.
Someone just texted in.
I've been seeing that the trade is in the last thing I saw was Mark Feinsland of MLB.com said the trade is in the works. It's going to happen before tomorrow afternoon.
Gotcha.
That was the report on MLB.com.
Gotcha.
Yahoo Sports is reporting the deal is close.
All right. Well, somebody just texted in. We'll see. We'll keep our eye on that. I'm seeing another report here that Dallas Goedert and Jalen Reagor failed their conditioning tests. Jeez.
It's funny because I was listening to Inside the Birds Q&A. They were talking about how the conditioning test is one of those things either you're ready or you're not ready for it.
Well, they weren't.
Because Avant and Quentin Michael they had some funny stories about how there was a guy they used to play with. The dude ate McDonald's and smoked Black and Milds, but he would make the conditioning test every time. And dude looking at it be like, "What is wrong with you?"
Jeez, what a difference.
What a combination, right?
2016, facing bases loaded in the eighth with San Francisco Giants at AT&T Park. Washington Nationals first baseman Ryan Zimmerman caught a line drive from Brandon Crawford, got to first base before Buster Posey, threw to third. Anthony Rendon, who got Denard Spahn before he could tag up. The triple play helped the Nats beat the Giants 4-1.
Denard Spahn, that's a name from the past.
Now, it's funny, I bring that up because the other day, one of the kids on my team said, "Have you ever seen a triple play in a Babe Ruth game?" I said, "Nope." And wouldn't you know, we had a triple play opportunity. We had the first out, the second out, and the guy was dead out for the third out, and the throw was off the bag.
Oh, my goodness.
Would have been the first time I ever saw a triple play in a tournament game like that. Never seen one before.
That's wild.
1996, Carl Lewis wins an unprecedented fourth consecutive Olympic gold medal in the men's long jump. He barely made the final, moving from not qualifying 15th place to first place. With the last of his three qualifying jumps, Lewis becomes the third Olympian to win the same event 4 times. Now, we're not at that part of the Olympics yet, right?
It's coming up, though.
Well, obviously.
Quickly, because I think it's this weekend, actually.
I haven't seen 1 second of Olympic anything.
I've only seen 2 sports the entire time. That's it.
Now, last night I was going through the cable box, and I saw fencing was on CNBC.
That is not one of the sports I've watched.
I did not click in on that. And I went, did you know they have 3-on-3 basketball?
Yes. And the women won the gold medal.
3-on-3?
The U.S. men 3-on-3 did not make the Olympics.
Is Ice Cube running it?
No.
Jeez.
But they are bringing breakdancing to the France Olympics in 2024.
Wow. See, I don't like the event that you need to get judged on because I feel the judges are corrupt.
Of course they're corrupt. Of course, I say that as one of the only sports I actually watch is gymnastics. So.
Yeah, no, that was a great story. You know, Biles, obviously, she pulled out, and her replacement wins gold, right?
Suni Lee, yeah. Her parents are immigrants from Laos. So they were all at home screaming and losing their minds. There's a great video of them just crying and screaming.
Can you imagine making it your daughter? She's 18 years old. She makes it, and you can't be there.
Yeah.
What unbelievable.
It's really – I still contend they should have relocated the Olympics and just said, listen, We'll get you back to you.
You ever see those
bring it back.
galleries on certain websites that have like defunct, closed down Olympic buildings?
Yes.
Places that like built these unbelievable buildings for the Olympics, and
Half
then
them in Atlanta.
as soon as the Olympics are done, they're not used anymore.
You know what they do with the ones in Atlanta, right?
No.
They're using them now for movies and TV shows. They're turning those like lots into things for movies. Like a lot of the Marvel movies people see, a lot of those buildings were actually old things were built for the Olympics.
Gotcha. Well, like you go to a lot of these places, like small little places like that built these unbelievable structures.
Massive, unbelievable.
Yeah, just for those Olympic Games. And as soon as those Olympics are done, it's like, what are we going to do with this stadium? What are we doing with this, arena?
What was that one building? Did you see the picture of the one building in Athens? It's like nobody's touched it in like 20 years.
Oh, there's all of them. Like it's you go to websites and like if you scroll down to the bottom, they'll have like different picture galleries. And it's like, Olympic venues that are no longer in use. And it's like these huge things that are just sitting in the middle of nowhere. 1996, Michael Johnson wins 400-meter gold by nearly a second on his way to becoming the first man to win both the 200-meter and the 400-meter. He sets world records at both distances while recording this historic double. Now, Carl Lewis and Michael Johnson, Usain Bolt, like I feel like those names, when we always talk about tennis, we had like stars of track.
Yes.
I couldn't give you a guy in the Olympic sprinting this year. Is there a favorite?
I don't know. I don't really follow track and field that closely. So, and I think if there was, it would have been marketed by now.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm out on all of. Apparently, the advertisers are not too happy with.
No, they're not. This is the worst viewership since 1988, and there was $1.2 billion.
Well, why is that?
In advertising. I think it's two things. I think one is the fact that I think people are. Dave Weinberg brought this up last week, and it's a great point. People are out enjoying their summer. They were stuck inside all last year, Mike. They don't want to be sitting in front of a TV. They want to go out and live their lives.
That's how 15 million viewers have dropped off?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who are out and about.
All of it's like into play like that. People don't have cable. I don't know. There's like such I
think it's also is it coincidental that the last time there was a major Olympics with a down viewership also happened to be in an Asian country? Is there maybe a time zone thing here too? That maybe somebody.
That's a good point. Like I don't even know when they're doing it.
Well, the weird thing is that
when are the live events on?
Well, the gymnastics was like 7:00 this morning.
Yeah,
our time.
That's tough. 1965, Major League record, 26 strikeouts. Phillies, 16. Pirates, 10 strikeouts in a game. Feels like today.
The opposite.
Also on this day, the Reds no-hit the Phillies. Phillies are having a bad July 29th.
Yeah, they are.
Cardinals great Lou Brock, 1974, steals his 700th base.
Was that against the
People
Phillies?
Still stealing bases? No, not against the Phillies. That was good. Old Timers Day, 1978. Yankees announced that Billy Martin will return as the Yankee manager in 1980. And Bob Lemon.
Old Timers Day?
Yeah. On Old Timers Day. They had an Old Timers Day, and they made the announcement that Billy Martin would come back as the manager.
I never thought in my life I would hear the words Old Timers Day on Do You Remember? But
Old Timers Day. This is a good one. 1986, the New York jury rules the NFL violated antitrust laws and awards the USFL $1 in damages.
$1.
Yep. That's a great book.
Awesome book.
Trade deadline. Baltimore trades Mike Boddicker to the Red Sox for Brady Anderson and Curt Schilling.
That worked out well for one team.
I think, yeah, because Schilling went from the Orioles then to the Phillies.
I think he actually went to the Astros first, and then he went to the Phillies. Let me double check that.
Might be right. He was with the Astros at some point. Rick Sutcliffe in 1988 stole home. He's the first pitcher since Pascual Perez in 1984 to steal home.
Pascual Perez is a great
That's
name.
a great name. He had his brother. Who was his brother? Pascual Perez, and they had the other Perez. Pascual Perez had a great big old afro, had the hat on top. He was great.
The hat didn't fit on the afro, that's for sure.
Phillies in 1989 retired Steve Carlton's number 32.
Here you go, guys. Kurt Schilling is part of a trade that sent Steve Finley and Pete Harnisch to the Astros for Glenn Davis.
Pete Harnisch was a pretty good pitcher for a year or two.
And then
Glenn
he was
Davis
traded-
was a pretty good first first baseman.
Yeah, slugger.
Yeah, big time. Vince Coleman on this day, his record streak stopped at 50 straight stolen bases. 50. Stole 50. On this day in 1989, White Sox trade Harold Baines to the Rangers for Scott Fletcher and Sammy Sosa, who was at that point going by Sam Sosa.
That's wild.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good one. On this day in 1991, Yankee Stadium fans throw cups in a blow-up doll at Jose Canseco. That's a pretty good reaction.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I do remember. I see the visual in my head right now. That whole situation. My goodness.
On this day in 2001, Lance Armstrong was disqualified from the Tour de France.
By the way, Pasquale had two brothers, Carlos and Melito Perez.
Melito Perez. Yes, I do remember. I don't remember Carlos.
Carlos played for the Expos. I remember him.
Who was Melito on?
Melito played for the White Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah, I remember Melito Perez. Chipper Jones, Alan Trammell, Trevor Hoffman, Vlad Guerrero, and Jim Thome and Jack Morris were inducted in the Baseball Hall of Fame on this day in 2018.
Yeah, Carlos Perez played for the Expos and the Dodgers. He was an enigmatic lefty. I remember him very well. A couple of his baseball cards.
Melito Perez. Somebody texted that in.
Good job by them.
Good job by that guy.
By the way, Pasquale and Carlos were both one-time All-Stars.
What's that?
Both Pasquale Perez and Carlos Perez were both one-time All-Stars.
Why is Carlos Perez not ringing a bell?
Remember the left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers who lost his mind and got in a fight and exploded in the dugout?
Vaguely.
That was Carlos Perez.
Boy. All right, that's do you remember. Those are events that all happened on this day. And apparently on this day, Max Scherzer's getting traded to the Padres. So
Eventually.
we'll see. Sports Bash Live, I'm Mike Gill. Phillies trying to climb back 7-4 for the Fightins. We'll keep an eye out on that. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Jason Huber is following me on Twitter, and he tweets, 5 years and Ben Simmons has utterly refused to improve his game for this team. Nothing but practice videos of him hitting threes, but refuses to shoot them. I believe he could be great, but for some reason he won't go all out. Can't keep waiting longer for it to happen. Here's what I'll say to that, Jason Huber, and I appreciate you tweeting at me. We keep focusing on Ben Simmons getting better, which is frustrating, yes. But I'm taking that part out of it, and I'm trying to say, let's stop focusing on him. Let's focus on what he does for others. And then ask yourself, is Seth Curry the same player? Is Danny Green the same player? Is Tobias Harris the same player? Are all these players as good as they appear, or does Ben Simmons help them look that good? In other words, he creates better looks for those guys. He has more assisted three-pointers than any player in the NBA. He defends essentially better than almost any player in the entire league. And that includes the guy who won the Defensive Player of the Year, because that guy won the Defensive Player of the Year not because he defends other players, it's because of how he defends the paint. So think about what that part of it. Think about what you're going to be handing to somebody else. This isn't about, hey, I get what you're saying, that he utterly refused to improve his game. We keep focusing on Ben Simmons getting better. But ask yourself, what does losing Ben Simmons mean for the other guys? Those open threes. Why does Ben Simmons have the most assisted three-pointers in the NBA over the last couple of years? On a team that doesn't really shoot the three all that well, because they get wide open looks. Now, it's not translating into playoff success, you might say. So what's going to happen to these guys come playoff time when Ben Simmons isn't there? What's going to happen when, hey, Trae Young is going bananas against us and we have to move Ben Simmons to defend him? Bradley Beal going crazy against us, somebody else has to defend him. Ben, can you go do it? The Sixers won the series against the Wizards with Ben Simmons. They had Bradley Beal. You had Ben Simmons. Sixers won. So, yes, he has utterly refused to improve his offensive game. But let's stop focusing on that aspect and focus on the things that he does well and ask yourself, the things that he does well, is that helping this team be the team that they are? The number one seed in the Eastern Conference, right? We're acting like this team is perpetually stuck in NBA purgatory. We're acting like this team is the 8th seed that can't figure out how to get out of it. I don't think it's moving Ben Simmons that's the key. I think it's finding someone to complement him. Well, I got Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid. They have to find someone to be that secondary scoring option. There's the problem. Moving Ben Simmons to get another guy in here, that's like saying we're going to basically rob Peter to pay Paul. We're going to give up defense and playmaking to get an offensive player. So now instead, hey, we have a guy who doesn't score all that much, but he also doesn't give up that many points on the defensive end of the floor. And now we're going to get a guy that scores more, but he gives up a lot of points on the defensive end. It's 220, 221. What do you want to complain about next? Do you want to complain about a guy who doesn't score? Or now do you want to complain about, hey, this guy scored 30, but he gave up 35? It's like pick your poison. What do you want to complain about? Because in the end, ultimately, I know you guys, all you want to do is bitch and moan. You don't wake up in the morning and be like, you know what I want to do? I want to be complimentary. You guys wake up and say, what can I bitch and moan about today? Oh, Ben Simmons doesn't shoot. Yeah, but guess what? He also defends and doesn't give up any points. You're going to get Bradley Beal here and say, man, he scored 30, but holy cow, his defense is terrible. So it's just which way do you want to complain? That's all it is. That's all. You know that, and I know it. It's just we live in a society where when the iPhone 1 is old, you want the iPhone 2. You don't sit there and say, you know what, I really like my iPhone 1. I want to hold on to that iPhone 1 for as long as I can get out of it. No, you want to upgrade it as fast as possible. And then you get the new iPhone and you say, this is the same damn thing as the one was. They've got you people so fooled, you just keep changing phones just to say, I got the new one. They don't do anything different. You know, I got my old, whatever, what am I rolling with here? I have a Galaxy Note 8. I don't care if I ever trade this bad boy in. You know why? Because it works. I know what I got out of it. I don't need a new one. We live in a society where I want the new phone all the time. We're just tired of Ben Simmons. We want a new phone. He's the iPhone 10. You want the 11. The phone's not going to be better. It's just going to be different. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We'll talk more about it on the other side. Our Sixers contributor, Kevin McCormick, what is he hearing? He might even be hearing me. He might even be disagreeing with me. He might be agreeing with me. Find out next.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I am the voice of the voiceless.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of the show, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget game night tonight. Brandon Scoopy Robinson from Bally Sports. He's their NBA insider. He'll be on with Josh at 6:20 tonight. Right now, our Sixers contributor, Kevin McCormick, is here. As we've got the NBA draft tonight, we'll get a couple thoughts on that. And obviously, Kevin, the big news that everybody is keeping an eye on is all of these reports coming from all over the place regarding Ben Simmons. So let's kind of try to comb through them and make some sense of them. Obviously, Woj yesterday that the Sixers are looking at deals. The Simmons team seems to be okay with that. It seems that they have come to terms with, we're okay with being traded. So with that, do you think that Daryl Morey will make a move tonight for Ben Simmons?
My gut has to say no, just because we've seen the whole time Daryl Morey has remained firm on the asking price. He wants an all-star caliber player in return for Ben Simmons. He is not looking for picks. He's not looking for future assets. He understands that the Sixers window is now, and if he's going to move on from Ben Simmons, it has to be for somebody that moves the needle. And I think when you see these growing reports in Washington and in Portland with Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal, that you're going to kind of sit on your hands with a trade chip like Ben Simmons. So while I do feel Daryl Morey will be active tonight, we've already seen him make one move. I don't see the Ben Simmons trade happening tonight.
Right. I think it's been weird, though, because some people, there was a tweet out there earlier that suggested, hey, they want to move him tonight. That would suggest, hey, just give me the best offer tonight, and you got this guy. You're not buying that.
No, not really. Just because I feel like Daryl Morey's likely gotten some enticing offers from now. And I know the Jason Dumas report that you were just referencing, it did talk about the Sixers wanting to move Ben Simmons tonight. But the more interesting thing that I thought from that report was he kind of mentioned that the relationship between both sides was over. And now it feels like, while in the beginning, when we were hearing reports that Rich Paul was going to the NBA draft combine to talk with Daryl Morey and Elton Brand, it kind of felt like both sides were working together. Well, now it feels like the two sides are split, and that maybe Ben Simmons no longer wants to return to Philadelphia, while maybe in the beginning that offer still might have been on the table.
So obviously the Ben Simmons trade talks will be probably a big part of tonight's broadcast. I would imagine that they're going to address that he is the biggest guy. Outside of Dame Lillard, Bradley Beal, is there any other move you would make that would include Ben Simmons in that trade?
Tonight, I really don't know, just because a lot of the teams that have been referenced to be in the mix don't really have that enticing of an offer. I feel like if we see a Ben Simmons trade, it's going to be a multi-team deal. There's going to be a lot of moving parts, different pieces going around everywhere. So I think it's tough to kind of narrow down one specific team with one specific deal, just because the way the NBA's, going about these superstar trades, that there's a lot of different teams coming in and out. Look at the James Harden situation. It necessarily came down to the Sixers in Brooklyn pretty much for a majority of the talks, and so many different teams were able to interweave and pick up some pieces here and there, whether it was Cleveland, Indiana to move some things as well. So it's tricky to say. I know The Athletic reported that Washington, Toronto, and Miami are kind of the likely destinations right now, and even then, there's no real deal out there with those three teams outside of a Bradley Beal trade that kind of makes sense for Daryl Morey to do tonight at least.
Yeah, let's look at those a little bit. The whole Toronto stuff. Give me a read on that with Toronto. And, there was a report that the Sixers actually made them an offer that they turned down. Don't know how you feel about that, but it was a pretty big haul. Kyle Lowry sign and trade, Van Vliet, Anunoby, plus the number 4 pick in the draft tonight. Good enough?
For me, yeah, I think that deal is very enticing. Would Toronto do that deal? No, I don't think so. And I feel like that's why the Ben Simmons saga is nowhere near being done. We've seen all of these absurd offers that Daryl Morey is calling to teams and throwing out there for Ben Simmons. And we've seen reports that the calls that Daryl Morey has received for Ben Simmons has been very underwhelming. So just kind of reading the tea leaves and speculating on what's being talked about, it feels like both sides are still at both extreme ends, and we're nowhere near close to getting to that middle ground where, the talks are going to intensify and we really could see a deal getting done.
Kevin McCormick, 97.3 ESPN.com, Sixers contributor, Sports Illustrated, at Kevin MCC NBA on Twitter. All right, so Miami, tell me how that makes any sense.
Maybe if you were trying to discuss a potential Ben Simmons, Jimmy Butler swap, I feel like that's the only real, thing that could come from that. But I really don't see Miami wanting to do that when they have a guy like Bam Adebayo, to where he's kind of, like Ben Simmons in that mold of athletic defender, can defend multiple positions, but is kind of a secondary facilitator in the front court. And I feel like wherever Ben Simmons goes next, that is likely going to be his role. And Simmons and Adebayo have similar offensive handicaps, so I really don't see why they'd want to bring in a guy like Ben who would kind of hinder Bam Adebayo. But from the Sixers sense, listen, we know well that Joel Embiid was very tight with Jimmy Butler, and he was noticeably upset when he was traded away. And we also know that Joel Embiid can ink a Supermax extension this offseason. So if you're trying to entice him to keep him in Philadelphia for 5 more years once his current contract ends, I think bringing in a guy like Jimmy Butler, who still complements the rest of the roster, still has what they need in terms of perimeter shot creation, can be a guy on the outside who can give a shot to you late at the end of games. He could still be an above average defender. So while you'd still be losing defense and moving on from Simmons, you still have a two-way star to move in his place. But from what Miami would get in return, I don't see a Simmons Butler swap really having any sense of reality.
Washington's the other team. The only trade that makes sense with Washington is for Bradley Beal, correct?
Correct. I don't see, any of their pieces being enticing other than that, and a Russell Westbrook Ben Simmons swap would not go well at all, at least in my eyes.
There was a lot of other teams: Indiana, Cleveland, Minnesota, Sacramento. Anything there?
Sacramento would be interesting if they'd be willing to put De'Aaron Fox on the table, but that's the thing with a lot of these teams. While, they might be necessarily ideal situations for a Ben Simmons, they don't really have anything to give in return. Minnesota, maybe you could talk about a Simmons D'Angelo Russell swap, but they also mentioned that they don't want to move D'Angelo Russell. They want to add Ben Simmons to their core of Russell, Karl Anthony Towns, and Simmons Edwards. So I really don't see it. There's yet to be that team to where they have the pieces and both sides it makes sense for. So at this point, it really feels like it's going to be Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, or bust.
That's the latest with Ben Simmons, which obviously could change here. A lot has happened. A lot of people have said a deal is imminent. I mean, do you think that it might not happen tonight, but that it will happen?
At this point, I will say that it feels like the Simmons talk has grown from if he's going to get traded to a when he's going to get traded. I sadly think that Game 7 against Atlanta will be his last game played in Philadelphia as a member of the Sixers. And while I wouldn't say it's imminent, I think it is going to happen before we hit into training camp for next season.
All right. So everybody just feels, look, it's time. It almost feels like he doesn't want, like his team is now saying, okay, we're cool with finding a new place. Do we feel it's at that point where it feels like, it's just time? Like the whole Carson Wentz thing, it's just time. Like, is that where we are with Ben Simmons?
I feel like it, just because when you look at past situations with athletes in general, I feel like it's hit the point with Ben Simmons to where the rap sheet is too long against him that it's almost at the point where he's not going to be able to flip his narrative where it all began. Similar to Markelle Fultz, all the things he went through here, athletes don't typically, flip their entire script in the place where things went down. The change of scenery is there, and the Sixers are in between a rock and a hard place now, because while I agree with a lot of the things that you were talking about before I came on about Ben Simmons still being a good young player, and he makes the players around him better, and he's still only approaching his prime seasons. But when you look at the other franchise cornerstone in Joel Embiid, he is playing like a top 5 guy right now. You don't know how many prime years you're going to have left of him. And with the way he showed last year, the way he dominated on the floor, he showed that he can be a top guy that can lead you, deep into the playoffs, potential for a finals run with the correct pieces around him. So if you're going to move on from Ben Simmons now, you have to get him that guy to win now, because if you're the Sixers, the window's open right now.
Kevin McCormick, 97.3 ESPN.com. our Sixers contributor. Sports Illustrated covers the Sixers nationally for them, at Kevin MCC NBA. All right, so Daryl Morey, draft night, his record of drafting. He hasn't taken a guy in the first round since Sam Decker a bunch of years ago. So at 28 tonight, does Daryl Morey make a pick?
I don't think so. And it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because Daryl Morey has this record of not really taking picks in the first round, but yet hit a home run last year on draft night between taking Tyrese Maxey, who was universally agreed upon as the steal of the draft, and hit very well in the second round as well. Paul Reed, Isaiah Joe, guys that show good promise. But I do have to say, I don't think that the Sixers will pick there at 28. I think acquiring that second round pick, that it feels like Daryl's trying to buff up the treasure chest a little bit to try and maybe bring in a veteran that'll help the team more win now, as opposed to trying to strike gold again with another young prospect.
Right. So if they have 28, what is a realistic, option there? Do they get a rotational player with 28? Do they, get a guy who complements Joel Embiid? I doubt that happens. You're not trading pick 28 and getting a secondary scorer. But what in your mind are they looking for with 28?
In terms of if they were to make the selection themselves?
Yeah.
I feel like
if they're trading 28, what do they want in return for that pick? Like, obviously they want to use that pick to get a veteran player here because they think that could help more than 28. Pick 28 can.
Absolutely. So it's more just trying to fill in the gaps. As we know, there's multiple free agents on the roster this season, and players will be available. I think one team to keep an eye on is the Cleveland Cavaliers. I believe it was Zach Harper of The Athletic reported that they're trying to move on from some of their long-term money, and they're willing to not only they're starters with Kevin Love, but they're also trying to move on from role players like a Larry Nance Jr., like a Jetty Osman. So that could be a potential switch for the Sixers. Larry Nance Jr. was tied to the Sixers leading up to the trade deadline. He still fits a role now. He could be that Mike Scott replacement, that added forward depth that Doc Rivers said the team has missed. When Tobias Harris came off the floor, I think he'd be a nice, suitable option. Still on a tradable contract, there's something to do there. So I think you could still be in the market for a backup point guard after how the George Hill experiment went down. There's a chance they lose Furkan Korkmaz in free agency. Could try and find a 3-and-D type guy, another secondary ball handler. So I feel like the optionality is there because the bench essentially might have to be resculpted totally with losing Korkmaz and Mike Scott. So there's going to be roles there to fill. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's a set type of player they should be looking for, but there should be veteran options out there to bolster that bench unit and fill out a necessary rotation.
All right. Our friend Keith Pompey, I guess, reported about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, that the Sixers offered Golden State Ben Simmons for a trade centered on Andrew Wiggins, James Wiseman, and 4 first-round picks. They have 7 and 14, I believe, in this year's draft. So Correct. If that was the return, how you feel?
Not great. If Andrew Wiggins is the kind of the headline piece,
you were winless for Wiggins at one point.
Yeah, that would be that storyline in itself would be hilarious, and we'd also get the feel good reunion of Andrew Wiggins and Joel Embiid from their Kansas days. The whole what if Embiid didn't get hurt before the tournament. But listen, Andrew Wiggins has carved out a fine role for himself in Golden State, but I don't see him coming here and being a guy. He's gonna have to come back to being a top option if he were to come to Philadelphia. And we saw in Minnesota that necessarily wasn't the case. It wasn't something he thrived well in. So I don't know how I'd feel if that ended up being the final case, unless you're really high on James Wiseman and think he can pan out and be this kind of, future at the center position behind Joel Embiid. But yeah, that's a tough one.
Well, right. Does that give you, you had Dwight Howard here. Now, it's not like you want to say I traded Ben Simmons to find the backup to Joel Embiid, but does that kind of answer a major problem that this team has had for the long term? Hey, he might not be a star or an all-star, but you have a former number 2 pick now getting the minutes behind Joel Embiid.
I could agree to that if Wiseman does pan out. I still think you're taking a chance on a young guy that didn't really impress that much in his first season, and I feel like you could replace
him though, right?
What?
Golden State's a tough system for a guy like him.
I don't know. I mean, if you look at when they were at their peak, they were kind of having a revolving door at center position, and guys were able to give solid minutes. So I don't really know. And even that, if the situation isn't great there, is the situation going to be great in Philadelphia where he has to play behind Joel Embiid, who's the top? I mean, he'd have a lot to learn from him, but the way I view it is the Sixers, they have their top guy, and I think Tobias Harris showed that he can be a more than suitable quote-unquote third star. If you're going to move on from Ben Simmons, you need to figure out you need to find your middleman between the two of those. Who's going to complement the two of them and form that formidable big three that's going to help you with, competing against a fully healthy Brooklyn team. Milwaukee locked up their core long term. They're not going anywhere. So you need to form that formidable big three that's going to help you against these top teams in the Eastern Conference later down the line.
There's a lot going on as we're speaking right here. You want me to throw some stuff at you?
Sure.
Like live, here we go. The Lakers and Wizards engage on a trade that would send Russell Westbrook to the Lakers. He wants out of Washington. His preferred destination is the Lakers. Russell Westbrook to L.A. What do you think?
That'd be interesting. I think he's kind of the regular season guy that would help them in terms of resting Anthony Davis and LeBron James for the playoffs. But
the
I don't know.
answer is, if that happens, Bradley Beal says, "Get me out of here," doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I guess it would depend if he's very high on wanting to play with, I would assume, Kyle Kuzma's going to headline the package in return for Washington. But yeah, I agree. If they trade Russell Westbrook in a kind of blow it up type of trade, that Bradley
here you go. By the way, Kuzma, Harrell, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope for Westbrook.
Yeah, Bradley Beal isn't sticking around after that one.
Landry Shamet, by the way, got traded. He is now going to Landry Shamet got traded to, where did I just see that he went? I'll find it. But Shamet is traded. I think he's going to the Lakers, actually.
Really?
What did I do with that? I just saw it. I'll find it here. But it looks like I guess this is the precursor of what is about to happen here, is that stuff is about to get crazy.
Oh, I think so. Reading the tea leaves and kind of the reports that have been going out, there were a lot of chatter that tonight is going to be very active, that there's going to be a lot of trades, that we could see a quote-unquote,
record to Phoenix, by the way, for Javon Carter.
Ooh, WVU guy, correct?
That is accurate. A great WVU guy, by the way. But Shamet to Phoenix gives them another shooter.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, if the spacing wise, and he fits their timeline, depending on what you do with Chris Paul. I mean, at the end of the day, you can never have enough shooting in today's NBA. Shamet showed that he can be a rotation guy. So I think that's a good get for Phoenix.
Yeah, that trade, by the way, the Lakers number 22 pick is said to be in play there as well. There's a little conflictive reporting here between Shams and Woj, which is a nice battle in itself. The Lakers and Wizards discussing a trade that would send Kuzma, Harrell, KCP for Westbrook, and the Lakers number 22 pick is in play. So that could kick it off, which could really be the precursor for Beal saying, all right, I am out of here. So if that deal goes down, this could be the end of the Ben Simmons era tonight.
You could also look at it in the sense of they're exploring Westbrook trades because they're anticipating a Bradley Beal trade request. So maybe it's, this is the precursor to the precursor of Beal getting ready to leave too. So maybe we do see Washington just blow it all up.
I mean, if you're Bradley Beal, how could you, and I was talking about this earlier, like, okay, whether you like the Sixers process, and I hate that whole story, but Bradley Beal is a 30-point-a-game scorer and lost in the playoffs to a team that has Ben Simmons, who most people listening to our conversation right now think stinks.
Listen, it's the trickiness of, we're in this era of the NBA where guys are constantly switching teams, and now you have guys like Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal who want to be old-fashioned and stick with their teams and try and build contenders there.
Admirable.
Yeah, exactly. But every year it's, they need to be the ones that request a trade, and it's the hashtag free Bradley Beal and free Damian Lillard. So, but I agree. At this point, Washington hasn't really showed they can put anything around him. And listen, maybe he's content with sticking there and he wants to play in one spot for his whole career. But if he wants to make the most of his prime and compete, what better partner than Joel Embiid? The two of those in the pick and roll together would be just unstoppable.
What do you think about this draft class?
I like it. I think it's a pretty deep class. I think even when you go down to looking at guys that the Sixers could potentially pick at 28, there's a lot of rotation guys there. Very high on the guys at the top. I think Jalen Green's a guy I have circled that I feel like hasn't gotten enough chatter and should be, more into that top conversation. If he goes to the right situation, I really could see Jalen Green winning Rookie of the Year next year.
If the Sixers are at 28, I know you've done your homework on this. Are there intriguing guys at that depth, at that deep in the draft?
I think so. I think if you look at a guy like Jared Butler out of Baylor, he's a guy that the Sixers could bring in, is a perfect complement almost across all areas outside of the minor health scare he had leading up to this draft, but has combo guard potential, can put the ball on the floor and create. I think he could share the backcourt with just about any type of guard in the league. He has 3-level scoring potential. He can also be a guy that's coming off screens and knocking down threes. I believe he shot over 40% from deep last year on some pretty decent volume. So, and he also played there for 3 years, so he fits your timeline as well. The Sixers have been a team that haven't really been scared to take some upperclassmen. That worked out with Matisse Thybulle, Isaiah Joe, Paul Reed, also two guys who had a little bit of extended college career. So I think if they stick with that pick and Jared Butler is on the board, he's a very enticing prospect for them. Miles McBride out of West Virginia, I think he's another interesting one of just energetic guard, can put the ball on the floor, completely fixed his three-point shot from years 1 to 2, up his percentage 10 points. So I think there's some enticing choices there, and not only enticing choices in terms of guys with, young guys with upside, but there could be some guys that they grab there that could potentially fill rotation pieces next season.
Yeah, it's funny because one of the mock drafts I was looking at, they were taking the youngest guy in the draft, Josh Primo, who, you're looking at a guy who's 18 years old and probably not ready to help you at all. That's why I found that to be a little bit of a clunky fit possibly.
Yeah, I mean, or it's just you want to continue to fill the pipeline. Tyrese Maxey was rather young last year, came off his freshman season. But there's a lot of names out there. Josh Primo is another nice name. Sharif Cooper, another young guard that might be a little bit more of a project, but, bodes some nice potential. So although I personally don't feel that the Sixers are going to stay pat at 28, if they do, there are going to be a nice batch of guys that they should be able to pick from that either bode upside for the future or could potentially be playable guys talking next season.
Yep. It's a very interesting day. It could be the final day it could be the final day Ben Simmons is here in Philadelphia. It could be the end of the Ben Simmons era. They could end up with a massive trade. It could be a very disappointing day. It could be a very disappointing night. I don't know how to feel like the whole Simmons thing. I said, Kevin, I have no problem with them trading Ben Simmons. None at all. But I feel like whatever trade they make is just going to make them different, not better. Unless they got the caveat of Bradley Beal or Dame Lillard, which I don't see happening.
I agree. I see both sides of the argument. I do agree that I feel like it's time for Ben Simmons to move on, but I also feel like if they were to tweak some things in the system and change him up and turn him into a Draymond Green type guy, that he could still be a suitable player here moving forward. But based on the reports, it doesn't really feel like that's kind of in the tea leaves anymore. But the point you make about possibly not being better, just being different, is a real reality and could potentially be a scary one. I mean, say if you settle for a CJ McCollum type deal, yes, you have your perimeter creator, but you're losing defense, you're losing facilitation. You have a very small backcourt with him and Seth Curry. So although I feel like there's a lot of wrong avenues to go down, I trust Daryl Morey in, waiting firm, and he's going to wait for that correct move that's going to move the needle for them, because he's not going to trade a guy like Ben Simmons just to say he did so.
Well, it should be an interesting night. You can listen to the NBA draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. A lot of information there from Kevin McCormick. Follow him tonight on Twitter at KevinMCCNBA, and check out his stuff at 973ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated. And we will, of course, be all watching to see if Ben is in another uniform tonight, and be back here tomorrow to recap it all. All right, Kevin, take care. Enjoy the draft, man.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Gil.
You got it, brother. This used to be the night of nights for Sixers fans. The night of nights, the draft. And now they're sitting at 28. And guys that they drafted, number 1 overall, could be on the move again. They already traded Markelle Fultz. Could Ben Simmons be next? Find out tonight. Listen on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Wait till you hear who's coming up the bat as a pinch hitter for the Phillies. No, really. You can't go away. I'll tell you, coming up next. Sports Bash brought to you by JCPenney. It's back to school season at JCPenney. Stock up on store-wide doorbusters while they last, and you can score first-class deals before they're gone. Weekdays are back in style at JCPenney. So Westbrook possibly going to the Lakers. They're going to try to put Westbrook on that team with LeBron and Anthony Davis and say that's a threesome. But, yeah, they're also trying to get Buddy Hield as well. So the Lakers are really trying to up the ante on their roster there. We'll see. It should be a wild night tonight. The NBA draft on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock. The picks begin around 8. And, of course, the Sixers are picking so late tonight. I don't think they'll pick. I agree with Kevin. I don't think they'll end up making a pick in the draft tonight, at least in the first round. Maybe in the second round they will. But I don't think they make that pick at number 28. The Lakers are near a deal to acquire Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma, Montez Harrell, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, and a first-round pick this year. This goes back to the whole Washington thing we were talking about earlier. They don't have any way to get themselves better. So what are they going to do? They're going to trade Russell Westbrook, which I don't have a problem with. Westbrook, to me, is just not a winning player. I don't think he's a loser. He's just not a winning player. He doesn't shoot. He's small. Not a great defender. He can score. I mean, look, he's a guy that pops numbers and does all that kind of stuff. But to me, he's just not a championship player. You put him on the Lakers as the third or fourth guy. All right, maybe with him and LeBron and Anthony Davis, it's a different story. But him as the number 2 engine in Washington. Now, the question is, if you are Bradley Beal, do I pick up the phone and say, what are you doing? You're giving me Kyle Kuzma, Montez Harrell, Contavious Caldwell-Pope? I want out of here. Like, did you just push the button for Beal to say, get me out of here? I mean, if you're the Sixers, the first thing you do is you make the call to Washington and say, hey, you just traded Russell Westbrook. Are you interested in trading Bradley Beal now? So I think this helps if you want to make a deal for Bradley Beal. That would be how I look at this. Now, there was a report earlier, about an hour ago, from our friend Keith Pompey, who suggested that the Sixers made an offer to the Golden State Warriors that included James Wiseman, Andrew Wiggins, and 4 first-round picks. Tonight, number 7, tonight, number 14, and the Warriors turned that down. Wiggins, to me, is another not winning player. Wiggins is not a winning player. Trying to win a championship with Andrew Wiggins as the secondary scorer. See, this is the problem. People want to trade Ben Simmons because he doesn't score. You're bringing in Andrew Wiggins, who he's a better scorer than Ben Simmons is. But do you want? This is what I go back to. People only care about scoring. Well, okay, you want to score. Andrew Wiggins scores more than Ben Simmons does. Do you want Andrew Wiggins? This is where you have to, all right, put perspective on things. No, I have the answer for you. No, you do not want Andrew Wiggins, right? I think universally, everybody listening out there, Andrew Wiggins scores more than Ben Simmons does. He averages almost 19 points a game. Wiggins scores 19 a game. You want him? Well, he scores more than Ben Simmons. He shoots 38% from 3. You don't want Andrew Wiggins, though. That's the point that I make all the time. We are so fixated on scoring. But then it becomes, well, I only want the score that I want. Andrew Wiggins scores more points per game than Ben Simmons. There you go. How many people out there want Andrew Wiggins in exchange for Ben Simmons? Show of hands. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Jersey P's watching on YouTube. He says, hell no. Of course you don't want Andrew Wiggins, right? But he scores more than Ben Simmons does. He's a better scorer. He couldn't defend you, me, or anybody else listening. That's one problem. 2, he's really not all that good of a scorer, even though he scores 19 a game. I mean, Simmons scores 15 a game. So Wiggins essentially scores 1 3-pointer more a night. The irony there is pretty interesting. By the way, Phillies have first and second. Oh, I told you on the other side. They had to use a pinch hitter in the 7th. This is the final inning because of the doubleheader. They hit Vince Velasquez for J.D. Hammer. Velasquez grounded into a an out at short. But now they have first and second, 2 on with 2 outs in the 7th. Alec Boehm, who homered early in this game, is now up to bat with a chance to tie it with a home run, which is nice. See if Boehm can get this game into extras or even get this game into another batter. They got Miller's on second, and he singled, and McCutcheon's on first. He walked. So I'll kind of keep you posted here with Boehm at the plate. The 2-0 count. And he rips one. There's a base hit. See if they can get 2 runs home here. There's the outfielder. Miller scores, and it looks like they're going to hold McCutcheon up at third base. So Boehm rips a single, and it's now a 7-5 game. So we'll keep you posted on that. Boehm's having a good day today. Jason Dumas reporting from Bleacher Report. The Sixers are hoping to deal Ben Simmons at some point tonight. The asking price still remains multiple future first-round picks and 1 or 2 talented young pieces. So there you go. Right? That is the storyline of tonight's NBA draft. If you're watching the draft, you are watching with the thought process of, is this trade going to happen tonight? Now, there's a lot of stuff going on. The Lakers, looks like they're making the trade for Russell Westbrook. We got Landry Shamet on the move. He's going to Phoenix. It's going to be a wild night, that I think. I'll give you a couple players, by the way, in the NBA. By the way, somebody okay, first let me give you a couple players I like in the draft tonight. If the Sixers, in fact, stick at 28, there's a handful of guys that I'd be interested in, okay? One, I will give you right off the bat is Miles McBride, and I say that because I have seen him play a ton over the last couple of years. McBride played point guard for West Virginia. He is a very good defender, though. That's one of the things I like about him. He can shoot the 3. Not great, but he can create. He can create and is a guy who's a little older. He's not coming into the league as a freshman. He's played, I think, 3 years at West Virginia. I think he's a junior. So Miles McBride would be a guy that I would be really intrigued by because he can shoot it. You know, he can put the ball on the floor. He's been the guy for West Virginia. He's a little on the smaller size, but he's been the guy for West Virginia really both of his – I think he's a sophomore, actually, now that memory serves. I think he's only a sophomore. But he's been the guy there for the last 2 years. He's basically made, taken all their big shots. He's kind of that guy. Very good defensive player. Kind of like Javon Carter, but a little bit more skill set. Carter was not a great offensive player at West Virginia. Very good defensive player. McBride's a good defensive player, but has offensive game that goes with it. I'll give you 2 or 3 other guys at 28 that kind of intrigue me a little bit here. I mean, look, you're at 28. You're really just hoping at that point. But we were talking about who was with me earlier. Keith Smith was on with me earlier, and he actually mentioned Miles McBride. The one kid I like is Ayo Dosunmu, who is the junior from Illinois. And what I like about him is another guy, he doesn't shoot the 3 very well at all, by the way. Although he's gotten better, about 40% this year, but not great. But he's kind of a physical wing. He can score, create. He's a 20-point-a-game scorer, but he does like a lot of the stuff. He's a good defender on the wing. He's not going to shoot all that well, though. But he would be a guy that I feel is a competitive defensive player who could probably I don't know if these guys help you right now. Not a team like the Sixers. I mean, you would have so many young guys on the team like Isaiah Joe, Paul Reed, Tyrese Maxey, Thibault. Are you really going to run the 28th pick in the draft into your rotation? I doubt it. But a guy that could probably come in and play some defense for you is Ayo Dosunmu from Illinois. Would be a guy at 28 that would be interesting to me anyway. I think, you're looking for somebody who does something well. He scores 20 a night, but also defends. So those are something that you're trying to find. What's something that you do really well? And one other, we got bases loaded here, by the way, with 2 outs in the 7th, and JT's up. And JT Real Muto has a chance to do something here. He's into the game playing first base because Rhys Hoskins had to leave because he was hurt. Trey Mann from Florida. He is a kind of a pick and roll point guard. Shoots the 3, 40%. But I like his pick and roll ability. He would be a guy that, if you paired him in pick and roll situations with a guy like Embiid, I don't know that that would happen right off the bat, but down the road, he could be a guy that plays in a lot of different minutes off the bench. 6'5", average 16 points a game. He's a guy that can shoot the 3, 40%. So he's another guy. University of Florida, for those of you who watch University of Florida play. They actually lost that game to Oral Roberts, if you remember that. The kid from Oral Roberts I actually like, but he took himself out of the draft. I think it was, what was that kid's name from Oral Roberts? He was, man, I think it was Oral Roberts was the kid. He entered the draft and then took himself out. Max Abamas was, he scored 26 in that game against the Gators. Yeah. JT with a base hit. Looks like we're going to have a tie ball game here in the 7th. That throw is way off the mark. My God, he threw it into the bleachers. So the Phillies have come back and tied this game. They were down 6-0. They have tied the game 7-7 in the bottom of the 7th, and they still have now they have a chance to win it with a runner on third base. Wow. Stranger things have happened. This Phillies offense, what did Bryce Harper say? We can't keep doing it. Well, here they are. Bryce Harper, by the way, left the game injured. So did Hoskins. So JT with a big hit there. Who's this poor donkey on the mound? Jeez. He comes in. He's got a 3-run lead, a 4-run. Wasn't it a 4-run game here? 7-3. Yeah, 7-3 it was. Couple hits in a row, and the Phils have tied it up. That was a terrible throw from the outfield. My gosh. Jeez. I mean, he threw that off the brick and off the brick backstop there. So who's this now? I have no idea who this is. Marshawn. And he popped up. He's out. All right. So we're going extras. We're going to put the runner on second base. Start things up. There you go. A little bit of a fight from the Phillies there. Been a busy week. Hey, tomorrow on the show, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here for his 3-time-a-week spot. I love talking to Mike. We have a lot of fun. Sal Pal Antonio, it's a Sal Pal Friday tomorrow. Susie Hunter, she has been all over the country going to different ballparks. And this week she was in Chicago, Minnesota, Cleveland. So I think she's hit 4 ballparks this week. She'll give us an update on that. She's doing it for charity. Football at 4 tomorrow. Update on Eagles camp. Bob Wankel on this Phillies team at the deadline. Tomorrow's the trade deadline. And Jeff Kerr tomorrow night. So that's on tomorrow's show. Mike, the only acceptable return deal for Simmons are Beal and Lillard. I agree. You sold me. All right, we will wrap up the show coming up next. Brandon Scoopy Robinson. We'll talk a little NBA draft and NBA free agency tonight at 6:20 with Josh on game night. We'll close it out coming up next. All right. By the way, we went to break. We came back. The Phillies are already losing. That is such is life with the new extra inning rule. There's a runner on second base. It didn't take long, and he was already around. Scored 8-7 Nationals. Josh has game night coming up tonight. Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, their NBA insider from Bally Sports, will join him at 6:20. So I guess the underlining story in this game tonight or this draft tonight will be the whole Ben Simmons thing. I would imagine they open in the A block. They will talk about this.
I think what's going to happen is the first thing they talk about is this. I think this Westbrook deal will be done before the Simmons deal gets done. And
well,
then,
I don't think they're going to trade Ben Simmons before the draft.
Right. I think it's going to. This Westbrook deal seems pretty imminent to the Lakers.
This is a trade right here. Cleveland Cavaliers have traded Ricky Rubio or have acquired Ricky Rubio from the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So what does that mean for Sexton and Garland?
Well, it's interesting because now you got Rubio out of Minnesota. Does that open up a spot for
Ben Simmons? Does Ben Simmons does Minnesota get the guy they've desperately wanted all along?
We know Minnesota wants him bad.
Yes.
But they don't want to give up D'Angelo Russell in the process.
And nobody wants D'Angelo Russell anyway.
No pun intended.
Nobody wants D'Angelo Russell.
I don't want D'Angelo Russell, but some Sixer fans will say they want D'Angelo Russell just essentially because he can score more better. See, I don't care about a guy who can score better. I need a guy
lot of guys can score.
Yeah, Wiggins can score, but Wiggins doesn't do anything for me. You know, Wiggins can score. I don't want Wiggins. He stinks.
I bring up NBA history a lot, as you know. Adrian Dantley was a great scorer, but he didn't fit what the Pistons needed to win a championship. So they dumped him for a guy that people were like, why are you acquiring Mark Aguirre? Well, guess what? The Pistons won 2 NBA titles without Adrian Dantley, but Dantley could score.
Yeah, it's the scoring aspect of this whole thing is why people want Simmons gone. That's the whole rub of this whole situation is they just want someone that can score. And that's like the most minute.
Lowest common denominator.
Right. That is like the most minute reasoning to say, I want to trade a guy because he simply can't score. The level. By the way, Simmons scores almost 16 points a game. But people don't like how he scores. Just think about that when they trade him for somebody that you're like, this guy can't defend. This guy has no court vision. Well, you reap what you sow sometimes. So the biggest question in Sixers land now is how that trade of Russell Westbrook to the Lakers affects Bradley Beal.
It could affect him one of two ways. It could be like good riddance. We don't know how the relationship is.
Forget their relationship. Him looking at the team around him now and saying, really? Like, I thought we had a shot with me and Westbrook, and if you could get us somebody else, now you've even traded that guy away. Now what?
Who knows? I mean, some of this stuff it's so weird because of the way these people, their relationships in the NBA are just so weird sometimes. Like, I don't know. Maybe Bradley Beal loves Kyle Kuzma. Who knows? I mean, look at the Cat and D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, but I don't think this is about relationships anymore for Beal. It's, can our team compete? And I've given everything I have here. I look around at this roster and I see a team that's the 8th seed that's going to get knocked out in the first round again.
So you're digging the point of it's less about for Beal of who's on his team, about if the team can win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Like, if you're there that long, you've made relationship, you've made friends, you've made, you like the trainer, you like the accountant, you like a salesperson who does ticket sales, all that stuff. What did Aaron Rodgers say yesterday? What did Aaron Rodgers say yesterday? He mentioned all those type of people. Yeah. Hey, I've been here my whole career. This guy, that guy, this guy. I saw him. I haven't seen him in 2 years because of COVID. Beal is probably past that point of those relationships. For him now, it's got to be, hey, do I want to stay here? Do I think it's win? Now, someone just tweeted out 7 minutes ago, Marcus Thompson, who tweeted that Bradley Beal is opting to stay in D.C. So maybe he likes the trade. Maybe he sees, hey, we just got 4 guys.
Maybe he likes Montrezl Harrell. I don't know. Maybe they're workout buddies.
Right. Maybe, but I'm saying maybe he thinks, forget their personal relationships. For him, it's got to be more, does this team give me a shot to win while I'm here in D.C.?
So you genuinely believe that Bradley Beal cares that much about winning?
Isn't that what all these guys,
No, they don't.
You think Bradley Beal just wants to be happy and make friends?
I think there's two kinds of athletes in this world. There are athletes who love what the game does for their wallet, and there are athletes who love the game because they want to win. And not every athlete falls in one category or the other.
Well, he's got to really enjoy Washington, D.C. to stay with that team.
Maybe he likes the new head coach they hired.
I'm not saying that Westbrook's great. I just think the guys they got back in return don't make them better. They just make them different.
It does make them different, but it's going to be interesting.
NBA draft tonight. Check it out starting at 7 here on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies are down 8-7. It's bases loaded, 1 out for Washington. So they've already put a run on the board, and they are looking to add more. Josh will have you on that. Scoop B. Robinson tonight at 6:20 with more on the NBA draft and the trades that are all going down right now.
It's going down.
I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Download the free mobile app right now in the App Store or Google Play, Apple Store or Google Play. Have a great night.